think that the ramifications of it are going to make us all a lot poorer for a lot, for a long time.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Hello, welcome back to Talk. This is Alex Phillips doing the drive shift. I'm going to be here with you all the way through until 7 o'clock, and there's so much to talk about today. A big story that's caught my eye is the fact that the Metropolitan Police Federation, that's kind of like the union that represents Met Police Cops, well, they were doing a big survey of all of their members and asked them what they think about the Notting Hill Carnival. Feels like a million years ago now, doesn't it, in the depths of winter. But at the time when it was taking place, we spent a lot of energy discussing it. And I've always thought that it's a ridiculous thing that it's allowed to just happen in residential streets, and it's just full of illicit activities. Well, apparently 90% of the police officers surveyed who responded said they felt unsafe working there. 28.78%, so that's well over a quarter, had actually been assaulted when working there. One officer said the police operation was overstretched, ineffective, and an exercise in self-torture. Another said they would rather crawl naked through broken glass. 2 million people flocked to the streets of West London over August Bank holiday to enjoy Notting Hill Festival. Well, 90% of Met police officers do not. Let's speak now to Norman Brennan, who is himself a former police officer. Norman, I mean, we've discussed this before, haven't we? The fact that it's just basically a criminal fest now. It'd be a nice thing if it was just floats of a carnival, some good food, some nice music, and everyone just rubbed along together quite happily. But there's constantly stabbings, 3 fatalities this time, and yet you can't criticise it. 90% of police are saying it's like a war zone, but you're not allowed to criticise it, are you?
Well, you can criticise it, and I'm probably Britain's lead independent spokesperson on policing, so I tell you exactly what the truth is. Nobody pulls my strings. I recall the last Notting Hill Carnival I policed, and I policed many, both as a uniformed officer and as a detective, and my last call on my last Notting Hill was to a man with a firearm at a petrol station in Harrow Road. Now, as you rightly say, there were 8 stabbings. I think there were 2 murders. You say there were 3. One was stabbed to death, a 32-year-old mother. A 41-year-old was kicked to death. They both died. The mother, in fact, lost a leg before she finally succumbed. 61 police officers were assaulted. There was gun crime. It's out of control.
What about that young chef? Wasn't there a chef who worked over in Dubai who had come over and turned up at the Notting Hill Carnival and was killed as well?
Yeah, that was the 41-year-old that just on the perimeter. The thing is, what happens is, Alex, and I know it because I've policed it, is that a number of crimes committed on the peripheral, normally at the latter part of Monday night. Monday night is the dreadful time that we look at. And the ones that are on the peripheral are normally pushed away so it doesn't make the figures look any worse. But I recall often that we used to be preventing gangs. We followed them all over the transport systems, and we had to send officers to all the different stations and areas. So one gang was not allowed to stab, murder, and cause mayhem with another gang. And that's what we were doing behind the scenes. And then, of course, you see what happens on the scenes. I personally dreaded it. Most officers are pulled into it against their will. They're given rest day working, which is the only incentive. And we hope and pray that we end up in one piece at the end of it and can go home to our families without being stabbed or injured ourselves. It's a dreadful day. We don't enjoy it. it needs to be cancelled or moved. We've reached that point.
But the thing is anything going to come as a result of this? Because every single time anyone tries to criticise, well, not even criticise, just point out that it's a stab fest rather than an enjoyable family occasion. And how about you move it to a contained area like Hyde Park, where you could have tickets and weapons inspections and all the rest of it? I mean, for blimmin' heck's sake, if you wanted to go to a Taylor Swift concert, you're going to have a shakedown more than if you wanted to go to the Notting Hill Carnival. And that, to me, just beggars belief. But you can't do anything or say anything about it, because all of a sudden you're framed as being a racist. The organisers will say, oh, well, you know, this is xenophobia, this is racism, it's a lovely cultural event. And you've got all one side of the argument going, isn't it great? Look at all this. It's, you know, cultural enrichment. And the police are saying it's a drug fest. It's a stab fest. You've got people being violently assaulted, sexually assaulted, including police officers. Do you think anyone's going to actually listen to this survey by the Metropolitan Police Federation? Do you think the Met Police themselves will listen to this and then go to Sadiq Khan and say, game's up on this one, we just won't do it anymore?
Probably not. Yeah, I know the chair of the Met Federation. I know him very well. And police officers are entitled to their view. Unfortunately, as you rightly say, it's predominantly a black-related carnival. And it's nothing wrong with telling the truth. I also give a voice for victims and public safety. I have done for 35 years, including when I was a serving officer. And if these stabbings, shootings, muggings, attacks, possession of weapons, guns and knives and attacks are predominantly committed by young black men, why can't you tell that if that's the truth? And I'm telling you, having policed them and following all of the carnivals and often doing interviews afterwards, that the crime is predominantly committed by young black men. They ruin it for all the others. And sadly, sometimes there are those that commit crime and make these situations, and certainly carnivals, so dangerous when the head of the Met Police and even the carnival organisers themselves must understand it's not organised properly. It takes 7,000 officers for both days, costs £13 million. I think that money and those officers could be put elsewhere. Police in the streets of London, where they're tugged away from their boroughs to police this, which, as you rightly say, most of them cannot stand it. They don't want to police it. They're assaulted. People are murdered and stabbed. What statistics are enough to say enough's enough?
Indeed. Now, talking about statistics, apparently there's a poll that's been conducted by the Opinion for the Centre for Social Justice think tank, which shows that 66% of police officers think the use of cannabis is basically permissible now. There's no point going after one person smoking weed. You'd have to go after the whole lot of them. And it's happening everywhere. And frankly, I would tend to agree. You can't walk through London without getting sort of passively high in the sort of downdraft of someone else's cannabis haze. And it's just become so normalised now. Do you think this has got connections as well, in that sense that you can't, as police officers, police the small things anymore in case it sort of upsets community relations?
You're right. I live in Twickenham, and the streets of Twickenham, I'm ashamed to say, stink of weed. And it does. The stench is awful. I don't like it. Even round where I live, in the block of flats I live, there's been a letter sent to all of us that there's a stench of it, and I often smell it. I'll be quite honest with you, Alex. What the situation is even when I was in the police, there was hardly anybody that we stopped and searched that didn't have a bit of cannabis on them. And often, if they were decent and cooperated, weren't rude, and there wasn't more serious offences, I'd put that bit of drugs down a drain and give them a verbal warning. If we arrested everybody in possession of a small amount of drugs, I'm afraid you would never see a police officer on the streets. And even at this moment, you and I rightly would know that we rarely see a police officer on the streets now. We are in a mess as far as law and order is concerned, and the caveat here is that Keir Starmer and Yvette Cooper this week are going to come out with another load of old nonsense about law and order. Well, I'm an independent veteran on law and order, 46 years of policing and campaigning, and what I see of this government, I utterly despair. They haven't a clue on any single crime, and all they're doing is putting elastoplast over gaping wounds. And we all know that if you don't go in, treat and neutralise and stitch gaping wounds, they fester and they become very serious, leads to sepsis, and what happens then?
Yeah, rot in the system. A bit like the broken windows policy. You've got to go after the small stuff. It ends up being antisocial. I wonder whether these respect laws that the Labour Party were talking about bringing in will make any difference. Only time will tell. Norman Brennan, thank you ever so much for joining me. We're going to take a short break now, but when we come back, we're going to be looking at the fact that asylum hotels are now costing us, you, me, your neighbour, the lot of us who are working and paying our taxes, costing us £8 million every single day. We're back after this.
Across the UK, on DAB+, on your smart speaker, on your smart TV, and on your side. This is Talk.
Hello there, welcome back to the show. Well, not a day goes by where we don't seem to talk about this issue because no one is doing anything about it. No successive governments have actually decided they're going to deal with the small matter. It's not really a small matter, is it? Of young men from all sorts of countries with no alignments to our own, getting in boats, crossing the channel, shacking up here. And guess what? Being given lovely hotel rooms. Well, apparently, in the run-up to Christmas, the Delta Marriott Hotel on the outskirts of Warwick, normally packed with families and works parties. Instead, four-star hotel is being used to house migrants. That's right. It was once advertised as the perfect location for tourists visiting Shakespeare's birthplace in Stratford-upon-Avon. It says that it's got a restaurant with a menu drawn up by a Michelin-starred chef, no less. Well, that's OK. If you've broken into the country illegally, whatever your intent, you can just be put there. Isn't that nice? Let's speak now to Stephen Wolfe, who's migration expert, former MEP, director of the Centre for Migration and Economic Prosperity. Every time I see videos circulating online of where asylum seekers are being housed, I think, what was wrong with what they did in Greece, where they had these huge encampments? You know, what was wrong with saying you don't get a four-star hotel with a restaurant and a little pay packet and a dental appointment and a doctor's appointment? You get put into mass accommodation because you've broken into the country illegally. Where's the deterrence?
Good afternoon, Alex. There we go again. It's where's the deterrent? There is no deterrent, is there? And we know that, you know that, the general public knows it, and actually politicians know that, but they're just too dishonest to actually get on the airways and admit that they have no deterrent policy. The closest we got was Rwanda. We know that that was tentatively working by the numbers of people that were suddenly deciding to escape to the Republic of Ireland. And we also are aware that it was such a pressure point that you had so many NGOs and charities and trade unionists attempting to bring it down. And what do we have? What do we have? We have all those Shakespeare-loving migrants who are now across the channel. I'm sure they'll be delighted to go and pop down to Shakespeare and listen to to pop in and see a bit of Shakespeare, because that's what they all are. Remember, they're all doctors and scientists, not really low-end workers that we know that they really are.
Well, this is the thing. It seems to me now, where is the deterrent? If you can come over to the United Kingdom from whichever country you came from, and you're going to be put up in a hotel, you're going to be fed, and on the side, I'm pretty sure a lot of these people are working in black market jobs. There's no control over where they go. We give them pocket money and an allowance. If they're not being fed, they get extra money to then feed themselves. And I'm sure a lot of them end up delivering Uber Eats and stuff like that, or, you know, takeaway meals, or working in dodgy takeaways, or, you know, washing cars. This is the problem, isn't it? It's now a lifestyle choice. If you're coming from a poor country, but you're going to be put up in a lovely 4-star hotel somewhere else, and at the same time you get to earn pocket money in the black market, you're going to do it, aren't you? It's a better existence than most of our working class people have. And I don't understand why we have to give them such luxury accommodation. I'm pretty sure I've lived in lots of countries around the world. I'm pretty sure if I went back to live in Kenya and didn't have a visa and said I want to stay here now, they'd probably put me in some horrible detention centre that I wouldn't particularly enjoy. What part of human rights legislation says if someone breaks into your country illegally, you have to roll out the red carpet?
Well, actually, it isn't the ECHR this time. It's the UN Refugee Convention, which we signed. And that refugee convention applies to each country, and it says that you have to accommodate them, provide legal advice, give them health and education. And because we have the very unusual aspect of 2 points in our country that differ to many across even parts of Europe, which is the National Health Service, and also we have accommodation that's utilised by councils, you know, low-end council housing that we have to give them what we give our local people, because that's what the UN Refugee Convention says. Now, you're right that there is nothing that stops us having tented communities up and down the country, or even in one place. I mean, I often argued once that when King Charles was Prince Charles, he said that we were very cruel not to be able to be putting people into housing. And I said, well, you have an estate in Scotland the size of Liverpool. Why don't we put a tented community up there with everybody that comes off the boats? We won't do it because for many, many reasons, as you've seen, these hotel chains, the companies that are involved in it are making billions. 8 million a day, 3 billion a year being paid on hotels. There's money in it. Just follow the money.
There's a lot of money in it. Now, interestingly, France's Interior Minister Bruno Retailleau is ready for a showdown with the UK, apparently, over channel crossings, demanding that the British government opens more legal asylum routes. He wants a comprehensive deal with Britain and the whole of the EU, rather than UK giving more money for the French to police their own beaches. Now, we've heard this before. This idea that we've got to take a quotient of these so-called asylum seekers. I don't see why we should have to. We should just defend our borders. But then you always hear this argument from the left. We need more legal routes. We need more legal routes. How would they even work? Where are you going to put these things? You're going to put a special migrant processing centre in Sudan in a war zone and say, oh, if you want to leave Sudan, you can come here. Well, guess what? Every single person who went to that processing centre, according to the UN, would have every single right to claim asylum. I don't understand. No one can ever explain to me how a legal asylum route would work. If you just go to the worst parts of the world. If you can go and say you can claim asylum somewhere because homosexuality is outlawed, that's 3/4 of countries on planet Earth. I mean, none of this is workable. None of it.
We know it's not workable, but this is not an idea just new for Bruno. We've seen the mayors recently in Calais and around the surrounding areas demanding exactly the same thing. What I find interesting about this, Alex, is that this kind of language that's coming from various people in France all seems to be kind of organized. And I suspect this is actually the front runner. They've been organized in order to be the front runner for the Labour Party to say that we're entering into a historic deal with France to enable this to actually happen. And what I suspect it will do in parts of Europe, we will have these processing centres, particularly in France, where those asylum seekers in Calais will just make the application there and then we'll let them in. It's as simple as that. And you're quite right. In many other countries, I've heard all those on the left who argue for these safe routes to actually open them up in Libya, to open them up in Iran and Iraq and Somalia and these countries, because they feel it's necessary. If they did that, you and I know that it wouldn't just be 20 or 30 or 40,000 coming across. It would be hundreds of thousands every few months. And that's the reality. We just can't cope with a population that we've estimated now will be 80 million by the year 2035.
I mean, this is the thing. Since time immemorial, there has been war, there has been famine, there's been persecutions, there's been tyrannical regimes. There's always a big handful of countries in the world which are being run by ne'er-do-wells and really making their populations suffer. And yes, we have sympathy for those people. But I don't see how suddenly turning around and saying, well, actually, countries that have stability must take in everybody from countries where there's instability actually solves the problem at all. I just want to talk to you about the youth mobility scheme, because I keep hearing about it. It pops up every 5 seconds. We know that Sir Keir Starmer said, I want better trade relations with the EU. And the thing currently being mooted by Brussels is the idea that Britain signs up to a youth mobility programme. Now, it seems to be packaged as students. You get to go and study wherever you want. Perhaps that means we have to pay their tuition fees if they're EU students coming here instead of them paying foreign students' fees. My worry about this, though, is it's basically by the back door, countries like Germany and Spain and France and Italy, who have had far bigger inward illegal migratory flows than I have, who may have granted asylum or residency to some of these people, trying to offload them. Because if a mobility scheme involves people under the age of 35, I don't think it's going to be a load of Germans coming to work in our bars or French people coming to study at our universities. I think they want to see the mass movement of people who have come into the country from elsewhere, and they don't particularly want them in their own countries, and they're quite happy to see them cross the channel and come here.
I absolutely agree that the youth mobility scheme is going to be for people who are aged 18 to 30, or in some countries 18 to 35. Hardly a youth if you're 35, in my view. And they will be able to come into the country, providing they have a casual application fee of a couple of £100, some savings, £2,500 allegedly, and a fee of £776. I think they will be able to find that pretty easily. If they're willing to be able to find £4,500 to be able to just get across the channel, they'll find that money really easily. And what I have a fear about, Alex, is that when we watched Boris Johnson in the recent BBC kind of programme about immigration, he admitted that he opened the doors to mass migration despite Brexit, because he said we needed everybody to do the jobs. And I believe that we have a corporate industry here of large businesses who are saying bring in as many people who have cheap labour to fill our jobs in London, fill the jobs like delivery vans, etc., because then we can keep wages down, and it suits the government because it will keep inflation down and increase GDP. That's why they're going to do it. And finally, I also believe it's going to be part of the negotiated deal that Keir Starmer wants to have to bring us closer to the European Union and break Brexit.
Yeah, no, I agree. I really agree with you. Stephen, thank you ever. Fantastic having you join me now. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, what on earth is going on? Joe Biden, he knows he's gone, doesn't he? He's out. Donald Trump's coming in. And he doesn't care anymore. He's just gone tonto. He said he wouldn't do it, but he is going. He's going to give a presidential pardon to his son, Hunter Biden, on gun and terrorism in what is a bombshell U-turn. We're going to discuss that after this.
Showers, particularly around coasts of Scotland, at times Northern Ireland, these falling a little bit wintry at times over high ground. Elsewhere, a fair amount of cloud, but any rain and drizzle generally easing overnight. But plenty of clear skies to the north means it is going to be turning cold here, quite a widespread sharp frost. We may even see some icy stretches by the morning too. But elsewhere, with some cloud and a slight breeze, that's going to stop things turning too frosty, though it is still going to be chilly across central and southern areas. So by the time we wake up on Tuesday, plenty of frost across Scotland, perhaps even some freezing fog patches and some icy stretches. A bit more cloud in the west with a few showers feeding in here. Could be slightly frosty across Northern Ireland too, but elsewhere a mix of cloud and clear spells and still a few showers around coastal areas. But for all of us, it is going to be a cold start. Generally brightening up through the day, plenty of dry weather and some sunny spells. But it is gradually going to be turning cloudier from the west, particularly western parts of Scotland, and just moving into Cornwall later with some outbreaks of rain just edging into the west too. This could be heavy at times across western parts of Scotland, may even start to see some snow across higher ground. But for all, it is largely going to be a chilly day, highs of around 7 to 8 degrees in the south. Then through into the evening, we'll continue to see that rain spread into the north, falling as snow, mainly across hills, though we could see some falling to lower levels too, may even see some across the Pennines for a time as well. And towards the end of the week, largely unsettled with some rain and strong winds, turning mild before cold again into the weekend.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Shocking footage from earlier this month has been circulating on social media, showing a gang of young men wielding fireworks on a busy London street. The men appear holding fireworks face level along the street, seemingly brandished as a weapon, while others in the group follow along, filming the event on their phones. Further footage from the incident shows police present at the scene, appearing vastly outnumbered as members of the public push through the crowd to safety. The young men then reignite the unrest, shooting a firework into the underground station at Edgware Road, shortly followed by an explosion, with sparks thrown out onto the street. Police appear unequipped to deal with the chaos as the crowd scatter, with 2 officers emerging from the smoke-filled station before the video ends. This is just one of a number of incidents at this very station in the last month, as concerns loom over the presence of violence on London's streets. Video from the 19th of November appears to show a man being attacked inside the station with a large knife, with 3 arrested as a result of the incident, including 2 teenage boys and a 20-year-old man. Only a few days after, footage circulated of a man apprehended by pedestrians outside the station, in possession of what appears to be a zombie knife. The video was tweeted out by Tottenham Conservatives Association, asking where Sadiq Khan is as crime veers out of control in London. The spate of incidents outside Edgware Road Station comes after a man in his 20s was killed in a stabbing incident earlier this year, in which it is reported a gunshot was also fired. A new Met Police survey has looked into how far Met Police feel safe on the streets, with a particular view on Notting Hill Carnival, branding it a war zone where they are treated as lambs to slaughter. The survey found that 90% of officers who responded to the questionnaire said they felt unsafe working at the carnival. Around 25% were also found to have been assaulted at the annual event. Notting Hill Carnival is held every August, with the festival celebrating Caribbean culture on the streets of West London. However, the gathering, which is attended by 2 million people, is infamous for being a hotspot for antisocial behaviour and violence. The festival sees excessive drinking and drug use, as well as serious violence including stabbings. This year alone, there were 2 murders, including a young mother, 8 stabbings and 349 arrests. In addition, 61 police officers were assaulted. In the survey, officers were asked to describe their work environment at the carnival. One said, "Hell. It's a war zone we are sent into year after year." Another added, "Dangerous. Officers are treated as lambs to slaughter." A third source described the police operation as an exercise in self-torture, and a fourth said they would rather crawl naked through broken glass. The survey is part of a 24-page questionnaire aimed at improving safety at the festival for the public and police. The Met's Deputy Assistant Commissioner, Matt Ward, said it is necessary to change how the carnival is carried out, and said the level of crime was unacceptable. He said, "There is a need for a step change in the way it is being run if the significant crowd safety risks are to be addressed, and to avoid, in a worst-case scenario, a mass casualty event caused by overcrowding." However, Notting Hill Carnival Limited, the organisers of the event, said the survey was driven by limited solid data and was designed to create negative headlines around the festival. They said it returned views at best of just 7% of potential officers on duty, and much of it highlights concerns they have about their general well-being at the event in regards to food and rest. This is a staff management issue for the Metropolitan Police. There have been calls for the carnival to be moved to a place that is easier to police, such as Hyde Park, or to be shut down entirely. Retired Scotland Yard detective Mike Neville joined Martin Daubney on GB News to discuss the future of the Notting Hill Carnival and whether it is an example of two-tier policing.
We just heard a lot of rubbish, haven't we? That there was less arrests or more arrests at Leeds. Well, depends on the different policing style. At Notting Hill Carnival, there's been, for the last 5 years, there's been an average of 10 stabbings every year. Now, if you look at football, for example, about 850,000 people go to football every weekend. That's comparable to what attends the Notting Hill Carnival. Can you imagine if there were 10 stabbings and 18 weapons recovered and loads of assaults on police during a weekend? Every weekend, we'd be told there was a return to hooliganism and the white working class were revolting, far right, etc., etc. And it just can't carry on, because what happens is you've really got to push the boat out at Notting Hill to get arrested. So when it says there's been that many arrests, if you applied the same criteria at a football match, there'd be thousands of arrests. So the challenge I have for anybody who claims there isn't two-tier policing is this. Go to Notting Hill and you can smoke drugs openly, you can abuse the police, shout at the police, police dogs even. You can dance with female officers to the point of indecent assault. And one officer was sexually assaulted last year. And then the experiment is you go to Millwall next Saturday and you do those things on the way to the ground and you'll be swiftly arrested and taken to the police station.
And Mike Neville, it's true to say that we have seen 90 arrests so far. Would you not accept that that is an example of the police clamping down, or are you actually saying if they applied the same policing as they do down the Millwall, then there'll be far, far, far more arrests?
There'd be 900 arrests if they applied the same thing. But of course, operationally, those officers are in a real bad place. They're really crushed. They've got to be mindful if they do arrest somebody that it might cause a massive public order thing. So you can't blame the officers on the ground. There are some brave officers and there's some tired officers who really work hard. And it's one of the things a lot of officers really don't want to do. But it's also the scale of it. There's 7,000 officers on duty. To give you some idea of that there's no other police force with 7,000 officers. The police forces of Manchester, Birmingham and Liverpool don't have 7,000 officers. And all of those officers are being paid double time today because it's a bank holiday. So the cost of this is £11 million to the taxpayer. At football, the clubs have to make some kind of contribution towards it. And I just think and then there's the issue of safety. If you look at those crowds, it would be far better done in Hyde Park. And then you could have some control on who comes in. You could have real checks on weapons. You couldn't leave them behind to be collected tomorrow. And also you could try and stop the drug dealing and the like. When people paid a tenner to get in, that would cover the policing costs. But the idea that there isn't two-tier policing, the last superintendent, she obviously lives in a dream world. That's all I can say.
And Mike Neville, it's important to point out that your opinion here comes from many years of actually being on the beats. You've been a copper at the Notting Hill Festival, right? This isn't based on what you've read on the internet. This is from your ground experience of taking part.
Yeah. So I used to provide a special squad of officers called the Super Recognisers who were supplied to spot gang members and known thieves and drug dealers. So I was part of the operation for many, many years. And as a young police officer, I was on duty there as well, both as a PC and a sergeant. And you can only have to read the comments by former officers and some serving officers. And they really are tired of this. And it's got to change because it just isn't right. The idea that anybody can describe something as mainly peaceful when somebody's nearly dying in hospital, and there's likely to be more trouble tonight because the most effective thing at the Notting Hill Carnival, because today is usually the day of trouble, is PC rain. If the rain arrives, then everybody goes away and it disperses. The problem for the operational officers tonight is it's really sunny, and when people have had too many drugs or too much alcohol, or are intent on causing violence, the sun does nothing but enhance the trouble.
Now, of course, Mike, anybody who criticises Notting Hill, we hear they're racist because it's a cultural celebration of the Afro-Caribbean community, and the politicians in London, particularly Sadiq Khan, the mayor, seems to defend it to the hilt. Why do you think we have this situation where, as you say, you're a far-right extremist at a riot or a public display about immigration, but you're celebrating culture, even if there's violence at the Notting Hill Carnival? Is that an example not just of two-tiered policing, but two-tiered politicians, two-tiered media?
It's two-tier government. And again, the ex-superintendent was saying, oh, the media report it with violence. It's the media who are saying phrases like mainly peaceful and the like. And it's just absolutely ridiculous to just throw these accusations of racism at everybody. If this was a football match, it would be banned, and I would call for it to be banned or moved and put into a place where it could be safely held, because at the moment it's neither safe for anybody attending, I would suggest, and the levels of crime are unacceptable.
OK, Mike, we've got a quick 30 seconds. Are you saying then, as it stands, the Notting Hill Carnival on the streets, that should be banned?
I'm saying it should be moved to Hyde Park, controlled, charged for, that the policing should be done in an area such as that it isn't safe because of the possibilities of crush, because people can conceal weapons and not go through knife arches and the like. Move it, and move it next year.
OK, superb. Mike Neville, retired Scotland Yard detective, always has forthright opinions, and thanks for sharing them with us here on GB News.
Comes to the BBC. I don't know about you, but they're really starting to get on my nerves now. Because this is the second letter that they've sent me recently, where once again they're slightly accusing me of breaking the law. Because it says that I previously told them that no one at my address watches TV on any device, and they want to know if anything's changed. So that was at the beginning of January 2023. I had enough of paying the TV licence and I just cancelled it then and there. But basically what they want to do is just every couple of years just make sure that I'm still telling the truth. Which straight off the bat, that really is weird. Like to have to regularly opt out of the service. And it's a service that I didn't want in the first place. But it says, do you watch or record TV channels like BBC, ITV, 4 and Dave? Or do you watch the BBC iPlayer? Like, none of these apply to me. In fact, the only ones that do are YouTube and Netflix. That's it. I don't watch a great deal of Netflix. I do watch a lot of YouTube though. Mostly at 2 times speed. I just find that everyone talks so slow. Like you start watching stuff at 2 times speed in the bottom corner. I'm telling you now, you can really get through a lot more videos. But if you say yes to any of the above, then it's a legal requirement to buy a TV license. And it says that I need to confirm if I don't need one, and if I don't respond, they're saying it will lead to further action from them. Like, and they're almost guaranteeing it. Well, I say almost. That is an absolute guarantee. If you say something will happen, then you've got to make sure that it does. But I don't know. I kind of like to call the BBC's bluff. Like, personally speaking, like honestly, I'm not going to answer the door to them. I might open the door to just see who it is. But once they say they're from the BBC, like it's the door's not going to stay open. But like I said, when it comes to the BBC, it might not always lead to a conviction or like a criminal charge. But I'm pretty sure that if they want to start snooping around, I'm pretty sure they could find out enough information. Like, for example, you might wonder to yourself why I've blanked everything out. Obviously I'm anonymous, so there's that. But if you look down here, I've also started blanking out the codes down the bottom. Because I work in an office, and generally speaking, I wouldn't be surprised if these codes on the side of letters, or this QR code itself, I wouldn't be surprised if there's people working at the BBC just to try and catch people out like Chili John Carney and people like that. Or Black Belt Barrister. Like, for example, if I say on a video that I watched some BBC stuff, like let's say I watched the World Cup or the Euros when it was on, which I definitely didn't. But if I was to say, or Chili John Carney himself, if he was to say that he watched the Euros or something like that, like I said, I really wouldn't be surprised if these codes before have been used to try and figure out who's who, whilst they've got you on audio saying that you've essentially broken their law. I say their law, because I don't really think the BBC should be able to get away with it. And also, like I said, I've kind of got a decision to make. and I kind of want to ask your opinion on it. Do you think I should respond to that letter and just let them know that nobody watches it? Or should I just see how it all plays out? I'm thinking about option number 2, just letting it all play out, and just seeing the letters that they send my way. Like I said, it's all legitimate as well. I don't actually watch any BBC content, so they could send me as many letters as they want. Or they could even send... Hang on. That is, isn't it? Oh dear. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be answering the door to these people. Of all of the images, of all of it, like it's not only on the BBC adverts that you got to put up with diversity. It's even on their paperwork. That really is something. But what do you think I should do? Do you think I should let the BBC know that I no longer watch it? Or do you think I should just give them the silent treatment? Either way, I think the fact that we have to pay for a TV license, it really shows that
this country has gone crazy.
Stick around, because what you're about to hear could change everything.
Right.
We are already in really bumpy territory, and that is quite forgetting all of the policy disasters that they've been trying to rush through.
This is the thing. This government are just thick. They're thick.
They are.
They're B grade, they're incompetent, they're sixth form debating society, second-rate embarrassments. It makes you yearn for the past government, who at least had a few brain cells between them. They might have been some egotistical, venal, posh boys playing politics and parlour games on the taxpayers' quid. But the people we've got in at present, once upon a time, you'd look at the role of Prime Minister or look at the role of Foreign Secretary and you'd think, wow, imagine doing that one day. Would I be the sort of person who'd be capable of, having that huge esteemed role, that office of state, representing the country on the international stage, the most important jobs in the land? You look at the lot sitting round Sir Keir Starmer's cabinet table, you wouldn't even have them as dog walkers. They're utterly feckless and useless.
The other day, during the assisted suicide debate, lots of people were sort of pontificating, going, this is Parliament at its best, this is the House at its best, because there were some MPs who were making very good speeches and very good interventions. But what really struck me was, in fact, that this is not Parliament at its best, because maybe a third, maybe half were making very good interventions, and the other half genuinely didn't seem to understand the legislation, certainly didn't seem to have read the legislation. And I think we really are now in that territory where you do have a lot of MPs. Of course, there are always going to be very talented people drawn to politics, but a critical mass of MPs, and people may say that I'm sounding a little snobbish or a little elitist, fine. A critical mass of MPs are simply people who have climbed the party rungs. They've met the right people, they've been friends with the right people, they've done the right amount of canvassing. They are not necessarily very talented people, and frankly, have no real business representing tens of thousands of constituents or making these decisions. And I'm sorry, again, people may say that this is my own political bias coming through. What we saw during that debate were some MPs who gave this a lot of moral thought and a lot of practical thought, and a lot of other MPs who are just there for the ride.
Yeah, and it's a matter of life and death as well. Exactly. It's not like, oh, just a little thing, I don't really understand it. I remember there was that intervention, I can't remember which woke lefty it was, saying, don't use the word suicide. And Danny Kruger had to turn around and say, yeah, this is actually amending the Suicide Act, you absolute idiot.
Catherine Eccles, the MP for Stourbridge, somebody who is a new MP, so perhaps can be forgiven for a degree of immaturity, but I think it really did speak to the priorities. You're right, the priorities of somebody who, when discussing whether or not the state should be allowed to intervene to take people's lives, was more offended at the use of the technical term suicide, which is the correct technical term, than about what was actually being discussed.
What's going on in France? Talking about incompetency here. Well, Michel Barnier, never a man to really love democracy, is he? He was, of course, the EU's top negotiator during those Brexit years. So the idea of accountability in the nation state and, the operations of a national government, not really things he really believes in. Well, it turns out he's used special powers as a Premier Ministre of France to push through a social security budget bill without a vote, which could now trigger a vote of no confidence in him.
I mean, I tell you what, there is something rather exciting about French politics. At some point, every French head of state has his Napoleon moment where he thinks, actually, I am the state. I can do whatever I want. I can just sort of bludgeon my way through. And, you know, we see this at various other levels as well. We don't get away from the fact. I know that we like to talk about the tyranny of the petty bureaucrats in the UK, but in France, they almost feel as if there's, you know, it almost feels as if it's expected of them at some point. Which is fair enough. It's a cultural difference, but it is rather interesting. Coming only a few months, of course, after Mr. Macron called that sort of snap poll, and things have just been sort of disintegrating for him ever since, which is unusual in many ways. Given that actually, I think Mr. Macron is respected broadly, as much as we may disagree with him politically, as one of the more able politicians and actually one of the more stable politicians. And, you know, to have this whilst the German government collapses, whilst Britain sort of lurches from one crisis to another, it just adds to the picture of a continent that is not really well at ease with itself, is facing very difficult questions with an incoming Trump administration that's decided it's going to impose possibly a tariff war on it, and is also saying to them, you need to buck up your ideas on defense, with the Ukrainian regime saying to the Russians, we may be prepared to cede territory, which will sell a lot of Europe downriver, given how it's positioned itself, and with it also, many of its members positing itself in rather awkward positions when it comes to what's happened with Israel, and now, of course, potentially facing the new crisis in Syria. Europe is at a moment where it's stuck in the mud, in a quagmire, and it just doesn't know what it is. Its identity is shattered, and the direction that it's going to go in. Is it going to lurch to the right, as the Guardian's always telling us it's about to do? Is it going to actually, you know, are the centrists going to hold as they perpetually do? And, you know, as with France, as goes the rest of the European Union. Yeah, and to have the two major powers of Europe, France and Germany, both on the ropes at the same time, it's rather exciting in a way. It's nice to be out.
Well, perhaps people aren't that stupid. Perhaps all the so-called populists who said we want things to be done differently, we don't want these anti-democratic globalists running our countries, driving us into the ground, open borders and all the rest of it. We want to go back to what we were used to, a bit of sort of, you know, common sense, pragmatic centre-right politics. Perhaps they're not so idiotic, and if governments listened to them and allowed them to have their democratic wants, Europe wouldn't be in so much trouble. Now, Sir Keir Starmer has had to drop a flagship pledge, would you believe it? Which was, you have to laugh, to make Britain the fastest growing nation in the G7. How are you going to do that, Keir? How are we going to really grow the UK economy really quickly? I know, let's tax employment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
had
just
to drop it because it was a lie. Basically,
ridiculous.
I mean, look, it's very easy to sort of get into the sort of the doom and gloom when it comes to the UK economy, but we don't do that because it's easy. We do that because that's the genuine reality of what we face. Britain should be an energy-independent country with some of the lowest prices in the world. It has chosen to have the most expensive energy prices in the world and the most regressive, frankly, when it comes to renewable energy policies. We are taxing ourselves at a level that is unheard of out of wartime, and unnecessary, frankly. And for what? Not for improving services, for keeping services afloat. We are, you know, creating an asylum system that is unfit for purpose and that is draining the exchequer of billions every year. We have created a situation where the benefits system, and I know they've renamed it, but it is the good old benefits system, is at a titanic level. The amount of money that is being taken out of the system, a lot of it fraudulently, and as, you know, sort of in its totality, we are frightening off businesses already based here and businesses from overseas that might be inclined to invest in us. And I understand the reasons why Labour think they have to do this, because it's baked into their ideology. But honestly, what the Tories did for the last 14 years is just going to carry on at a slightly faster pace under Labour. That's all that we have now.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to me across the whole of the West, everyone's become sort of woe-begotten, weak-willed and wimpish, you know, not standing up for things anymore, saying, oh, you know what, we're not going to just hand out money to people who don't want to work. You can't just break into the country. Please don't smoke cannabis in the street. I mean, it's just madness. Everything's just gone soft.
I would say that the election of Donald Trump, and I say this as somebody who is incredibly cautious about him just as a prospect and his ideology, I do think that this is going to be different from last time. I think it's going to be a lot more aggressive, a lot more expansive. I don't think it's going to be so much America first. I do think there is going to be a concerted effort from certain wings of the Republican Party and the tech bro industry, if you like, to have a lot more influence in what goes on in Europe. I think that they are waking up there to the direction that many Western countries are going in. And, you know, in much the same way as China has created its own sphere of influence with the Belt and Road Initiative, I think that the United States will try to do the same thing, and it will drag certain Western countries kicking and screaming into its orbit, especially if they decide that they don't want to sort of pursue these things. And this is one of the things when it comes about talking about Britain's relationship with the EU and what's happening in the EU. If you choose managed decline, which is what we in Europe are choosing, you can't then complain when a bigger, stronger player comes along, puts you in a headlock and goes, well, you're going to do what we want you to do now, because that's your future. And that is what will happen.
Well, don't you worry, because Sir Keir Starmer's got the best idea of how to shake things up in government. That's right. He's got a new head of the civil service, replacing Simon Case, who's been Cabinet Secretary since 2020. He's standing down due to ill health. They're bringing in someone called Sir Chris Warmold. He is the new Cabinet Secretary, 56 years old. But the problem with old Sir Chris Warmold is he's been around the block a lot of times. He's got a lot of, let's say, political baggage.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, find me a civil servant these days, a senior civil servant these days who doesn't come with a lot of baggage. I think it sort of comes with the territory. It's one of those things where, on the one hand, this really does matter, because these are the individuals who actually run our country. And so their background and what they've been involved in, be it anything to do with COVID or any of the other things that are on the rap sheet. And of course, because civil servants tend to get shuffled around different departments, you'll tend to find that lots of them have been across all sorts of things that perhaps the public wouldn't be too happy with. But on the one hand, it's very important who it is that's very high up in the civil service. Obviously, as I say, these are the people that really run the country, not the politicians. On the other hand, because we don't really have any recourse to removing these people, unless you somehow elect a prime minister who is prepared to sack everybody, which just doesn't happen, it's one of those very frustrating things where you see the names of the individuals and you recognize who they are because they've been in this department or that department, but all you can do is shrug, because it's not like you can get that person out at the next election, because governments keep these people around because they need to keep the civil service on side, or at least that's what they feel they need to do. So, you know, Chris Warmold, congratulations. There's nothing we can do about these people until we get a prime minister or a government that is absolutely hell-bent above anything else on civil service reform rather than its own ideological struggles.
Benedict, thank you ever so much, my darling. You've saved me a few moments of a conversation through my sort of catarrhed up state. We're going to take a short break now, but a topic that really does get me riled up is 20-mile-per-hour zones. I hate them. What are they even for? You can't even safely go at that speed in a modern car, can you? Without sort of having your eyes glued to the speedometer instead of what's going on through the windscreen in front of you. We're going to be having a good old moan-a-thon about that after this break.
1% of a German politician from Bavaria representing the Green Party, a political outfit that has continually lobbied for more mass migration to Germany, suddenly changed his tune when he found out a large number of migrants would be arriving in his small village. Wolfgang Costa discovered that there was a plan to locate 130 migrants in the village of Barawies, which has a population of just 280 citizens, and then out of the blue his refugees welcome sentiment just vanished into thin air. What a stunning coincidence. Not only did he attend a protest which brought out more than half the village against the plan to house refugees, he even founded a citizens' initiative called Barawies Active to organise against the building of an asylum home. Costa miraculously appears to have done a total 180 and decided that maybe diversity isn't our greatest strength. As soon as the prospect of that diversity visiting his backyard became a possibility. When asked by Bild to explain his stance against the refugee accommodation in contrast to the open borders policy of his party, he stated, quote, "I am convinced that we can help the refugees, just not anywhere near where he lives." Interesting how they all turn into NIMBYs when the potential that what they order everyone else to accept without question is about to be visited to their front door. Strange rhetoric from a man who represents a political party which is so enamoured by mass migration. It previously launched a PR campaign celebrating the future of Germany, which included 0 white people whatsoever. The phenomenon of pro-immigration leftists preaching diversity, yet choosing to live in noticeably noticeably less diverse areas isn't just restricted to Germany. A report by Swedish broadcaster SVT revealed that despite 5% of Swedes living in migrant majority areas, just 2% of political candidates and 1% of prominent political candidates chose to call heavily multicultural areas home. In the United States and the UK, the trend is similar, where large-scale quantitative research revealed that white progressives in America, as in Britain, avoid diverse neighbourhoods and are more likely to leave diverse places than white conservatives. They'll expound the virtues of mass migration until they're blue in the face, but when it actually comes to living amongst the reality and the consequences of it, they much prefer to reside in areas that are more demographically white. Funny that, isn't it?
I think this is about a flawed individual, not about the BBC, and it's also about his production company. His production company have made a lot of money out of MasterChef. He's the golden goose.
But isn't that partly the problem, though? Because in sort of relatively recent times, I suppose you would say, the last 20, 30 years, these production companies have become omnipresent, haven't they? The BBC have sort of lost control of an awful lot of their shows because they're produced and sort of packaged up as a done deal by outside production companies.
Hello, welcome back to the show. Now, there is very few things, frankly, that wind me up more than 20-mile-per-hour zones. Oh, I have been caught out twice now in my little car. That's right. I was doing over 20 miles per hour in a 20-mile-per-hour zone, inadvertently creeping out of the outer boroughs of London, and so had to do one of those tedious 3-hour driver safety courses. And then I drive like a nana now. I put on my speed limiter because I'm determined not to get points on my licence. And I put on my little speed limiter, but my car doesn't actually allow me to apply the speed limiter to 20 miles per hour. It can't actually, I don't know, it's engine compression or something. It just won't allow the car to be regulated at that lower speed. So all you can do is stare at the speedometer. And yet, usually these 20-mile-per-hour zones, especially if you're driving out of London, are in all the sorts of parts of the world where you really need to be paying a lot of attention because there's kids running around, there's, this hullabaloo, Uber scooters going everywhere and just madness. And so I found a little letter came through my door saying I was doing 25 in a 20 the other day, and I was like, for blimmin' hell's sake. I'm pretty annoyed about it, and so I've decided I'm going to take it to court. That's right. I'm not going to just sign up for the 3 points. They're going to have to prove it to me because I just think the whole lot is a nonsense. Let's speak to Bob Bull, former chair of the Alliance of British Drivers. Well, it turns out Labour could turn all of Birmingham into a 20-mile-per-hour zone under their plans, an entire city. I mean, this is just ridiculous. If this was just a cash cow, that would be one thing. If they were fining people 100 quid left, right and centre. But I think it's outrageous that in many cases they're giving people 3 points in their licence for doing something that, frankly, I would say isn't dangerous. It's probably being aware of the road, paying attention to what you're doing instead of staring at a speedometer.
Yeah, I mean, can you hear me?
Yeah. Bob,
sure.
Tell me.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I totally agree with you. I mean, 20s were meant to be for a danger zone. And so they were around schools, they were around hospitals, they were around particularly difficult traffic areas. Once you make them blanket, they don't have an effect at all. Everybody just drives at the same speed, a ridiculously slow speed. I mean, one of the cars I got it does 20 miles an hour at tick over. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. When you had 30, when you then approached the 20, you knew there was some reason for it. A school or a hospital or children playing, that sort of thing. Once you do blanket 20 everywhere, people just turn off. And that's what, I mean, it's like you say, people go over the 20 because they just turn off. I mean,
You can't do it. I don't believe it's possible to do it. So I've got an automatic car. A lot of people these days drive an automatic. They don't have a manual car. And I think with a manual car, when you're changing a gear, going from second up to third is, you know, you've got the biting point somewhere around that. Or probably more third to fourth, maybe going from 20 up to 30. But with an automatic car and a modern one where they're very good actually, and the gear changes, you wouldn't even notice it's happening. It's not like the old clunky ones of the past. With far bigger engine capacities, I just don't believe it's possible to maintain 20 miles per hour. So essentially, people are being fleeced for something that they can't avoid doing.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I've got a Jag, and that does 20 miles an hour at tick over. You know, otherwise you got your foot on the brake all the time. I mean, it's just crackers. It's stupid, and they don't actually work either. I mean, I live near Bristol, and Bath, which is a nearby city, actually did a report on their 20-mile-an-hour zones and showed that it was worse. Accidents were worse.
Yeah.
And so they said, well, we can't afford to take the signs out, so it'll have to stay.
Yeah, they would be, because you're going to be so preoccupied with trying to go 20 miles per hour. It's a bit like playing that game of Operation, isn't it, where you've got, like, you know, the wire thing, and you're trying not to make it buzz. You'll be so obsessed with trying to, you know, go at 20 miles per hour and not break the speed limit that you're going to be driving over Mrs. Miggins, pulling her groceries along in one of those little shopping trolleys. I don't get it. Let's talk now about these, you know, electric cars, basically, registered after April the 1st. We know electric cars are a load of money. It's why nobody's buying them. It's why the automotive sector in the UK and Germany is going down the pan. But now, apparently, because most of them cost more than 40 grand, they'll be joining other vehicles and being liable for additional vehicle excise duty, otherwise a luxury car tax. So even if you want to do what the government insists you should be doing, which is buying electric vehicles, you're going to be taxed for it. Extra.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've lost complete control of the taxation of motoring, whether it be the stupid talk about pay per mile or all the things that are going on with electric cars. But, I mean, the 40K, it's not even an electric car issue. It's a common sense issue. It was brought in 2017. At that point in time, a standard sort of 3 Series BMW was about 30 grand. And that was an average car that, you know, a family or a trade or salesperson might be running. To buy the same car now is £40,224. So immediately they're paying thousands of pounds more for a pretty straightforward 2-litre family car. It's crackers.
They just don't want us to drive, do they? That's the only conclusion I come to with every single measure they put in place. I feel I get more prosecutions for accidentally being in a box or accidentally being photographed because I stuck in a traffic jam and my front wheels went just over a line at some traffic lights, or I've gone 24 miles per hour in a 20 mile per hour zone, that I'm constantly the one under the cosh getting letters from the police while people are going around mugging people and carrying zombie knives.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, what they've done is all the traffic stuff is now done by cameras. There's no traffic police out on the road monitoring the standard of driving. It's all done by cameras. So it's, as you say, either boxes, white lines or speed. And probably on most of the fines, no humans touch it. It goes straight in, goes through the AI, probably computer system, and sends you a letter and says, please give us some money.
Yeah, well, they sent me one of those letters, and like I said, it said, oh, please reply to, you know, this and accept the 3 points, and it sent me the photographs going, is this you driving the car? I'm not going to play silly games that it wasn't me driving a car and, you know, things like that. Yes, it's my car. I'm the only person who drives it. Fine. I'm not going to try and pretend someone else is behind the wheel. But when they said, will you accept 3 points and reply to this to say yes, or otherwise we'll give you a court summons, I've just gone, fine. I'll see you in court then, because I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I haven't actually come up with a strategy for what I'm going to say or do. But I thought, do you know what? It's worth fighting it, because this stuff is a nonsense. Bob, thank you ever so much. Bob Bull, former chair of the Alliance of British Drivers. Right, going to take a short break in a little while. But first of all, let's have a voice note from Andrew.
Hi Alex, Andrew here in West Adderbury. On the speed limits, I think somebody needs to look at the driving tests, because from what I've heard, in my area, they've gone from 7 down to 5 due to all the speed limits being in place at 20. So it's now taking longer for each driving test, and there's now less tests per day. Absolute joke this country is.
It's an absolute joke, Andrew. And if anyone out there knows what I'm supposed to be saying in court when they finally sign, but they'll probably be at 5 years' time. You know what the backlog's like in court. Actually saying that, I'll probably be prioritised and I'll be in there before Christmas and have to start relying on public transport after that. God help me. But I've got no idea what I'm going to do when I get my court summons, but I'm doing it for all of us, I'll tell you that much. Right, going to take a short break now. When I come back, it's your opportunity to get in touch. Let me know your thoughts on all the various things we've been talking about today. 03444 99 1000 is the number to dial if you'd like to be connected directly with me in the studio. I'd love to speak to you. 8722 is the number to text. Put talk before your text, or we're on X at Talk TV. Back after this.
Well, as I spoke about the other day, the French Prime Minister Michel Barnier in big trouble, having to try and reach out and get the support of Marine Le Pen and her party. That's where the power in France is now. It's with Marine Le Pen. It was her decision that would really determine the fate of Barnier as Prime Minister. And just to give the context as to how big this is in terms of France and French politics, if Barnier's government does fall, it'll be only the second time a French government has been toppled since 1958. And what you've seen is Michel Barnier today confirmed that he would try and push through his budget without a vote. He would use the constitutional clause 49.3 to push this through. And in response to that, the French left confirmed they would be supporting, proposing a motion to vote no confidence against Barnier and oust him. And you can see here the reaction from those on the left in France saying it's done. Michel Barnier triggers Article 49.3 on the social security budget. We are filing a motion of censure. This government will fall in 2 days. But this is only one step. The resignation of the French President Emmanuel Macron, they say, is the only way out of the political crisis. Meanwhile, when it comes to the National Rally, Marine Le Pen's party, they're saying no confidence in the country, no confidence in the Assembly. Faced with this punitive budget and that 49.3 constitutional clause, we will vote for the motion of censure against the Barnier government. That no confidence vote will be held within 48 hours. It looks like it's going to be held on Wednesday, and with those on the left, plus Le Pen's party vowing to vote no confidence, it looks like this is the end of the Barnier government. I will keep bringing you all the latest on this and much more. So please do whack this video a quick thumbs up, would really appreciate it. And of course, as ever, cheers for watching.
I hit up the phone lines and speak to Emma, who's in Worcestershire. Hi, Emma.
Hi there. Okay, so immigration. I think we all agree that the current situation is unsustainable. I'm not malicious. I believe that, yes, we should take our fair share, but it's got to be the right people. So how do we find out who they are? I think I have a solution.
Oh, tell me.
To sort the wheat from the chaff. So when they arrive here, we send them, not to Rwanda, we send them to Scottish Islands, of which we as a country own over 1,000 of them, uninhabited islands.
Yeah.
We make a community there, a temporary community for them. Log cabins, porcelains. They can have their own. They have some cows, have some sheep. You know, they can then build their own log cabin after they come out of their reception centre, and then they can be processed. And if they're successful, then they will be allowed to join the mainland. So we don't have boats there. So that, you know, why would anybody object? If you're a genuine refugee, I mean, I'd quite like to go and live on a remote Scottish island myself.
Be nice, yeah. Emma, I've kind of said this myself. I've often said that we are an archipelago. We forget that, but we are the British Isles. There are plenty of islands dotted around the country that might be far more suitable to have detention centres than putting people into 4-star hotels. But the other thing I've often wondered, you know, I've often said where we seem to constantly have this shortage of seasonal workers in agriculture, so we have to bus people in from Eastern European countries largely. Why, when we have these people that are putting up in hotels and paying them not to work, do we not just use them? And people say, oh, well, you know, you can't do that because that would be a draw. Oh, well, you know, if you gave them jobs and they earn money, that would be too easy for them. More people would cross the channel. I don't think that's true. I think they cross the channel because they get to live in a hotel, get paid, they don't have to work, and think they're going to end up in nice, comfortable employment. If they were put in bunk beds picking fruit...
Now, I have extensive experience within the Ukrainian scheme. And I can say to you, again, the big elephant in the room, that at the start of the war, the vast majority coming over here came from Lviv, Odessa, Kyiv, wealthy, safe parts of their country. I know the situation has changed a little since then. They were economic migrants. They were opportunists coming to have a 6-month jolly at the expense of our taxpayer. No intention of working. I sponsored 8 of them, I know.
Blimey. But, I mean, this is the thing. There's a big difference in genuine refugees and people who will game the system. And I just think, why have a load of physically active young men who are coming here, swanning around in hotels, not doing anything, and then farmers saying, well, you know, we need to get all these people over from places like Latvia and Lithuania to pick fruit and pay them money. Free labour. Surely, yeah, come into this country. Why are asylum applications being processed? Here's a dorm to live in. Here's a field to go and plough. Get on with it. I don't understand why we can't join those dots. Emma, thank you ever so much for your call, my darling. Let's speak now to Brian, who's in Whitley Bay. Fantastic part of the world. Hi, Brian.
Oh, thank you. Hiya. Listen, I hope you sound great, by the way, even though you got a bit of a stuffy nose, I think. You sound really good on the radio.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'm trying my best, I'll tell you that much. It's sometimes a slog, but I do love coming to work. It's worth it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, basically, everybody is having to go Joe Biden, pardon his son.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of Donald Trump. I'm not a lefty, do you know what I mean? But I just think that Donald Trump's done a lot more, do you know what I mean, fondling women in cloakrooms and God knows, you know, and he's being let off of all sorts of stuff. So I looked at the situation, right, and Joe Biden has probably thought to himself, well, look, Trump's getting back in, right? He's done a lot more than me. He's not going to go to prison now because obviously he's going to be the president of this country in the future. I may as well just, well, you know, pardon me son, so to speak. So that's what I think he's just done. You know,
it's also mucky and sad, isn't it? I mean, look, we know that there was all this information about Hunter Biden that was deliberately suppressed, not in this last election, but the election beforehand. People saying if that information hadn't been deliberately suppressed, perhaps Donald Trump would have won that previous election. But this is the son of the president, and not just the president. Of course, Biden beforehand was a deputy president. He has been intimately connected with American politics at the highest level for most of his lifetime. Meanwhile, he's got this wayward son who we know has been taking drugs, using escorts, getting involved in very dodgy deals with foreign countries that at the very least would be deemed unwise. And then just as he's about to leave power, the president goes, right, I'm not just pardoning him for one or two particular acts on this rap sheet, I'm going to give him blanket protection for the next 11 years. I mean, it really is sad that this is the leader of the free world. This is our closest ally in America, and it makes American politics look like a banana republic.
It does. I mean, we honestly do not know what's going to be around the corner, but I think at the moment the whole world's upside down and inside out with regards to politics at the moment. Everything is going crackers. So, you know, honestly, to be honest with you, right, we don't know what's around the corner, what Trump's got up his sleeve, and yeah, I just think it's like a living nightmare. So we just have to just grit our teeth and get on with it and see what happens.
No, I know, I agree. It's well, look, I'm a big fan of the fact that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. I think it will give political cover for a lot of other Western nations to grow a backbone when it comes to having stronger borders, when it comes to having a bit of economic nous. I'm not saying that he's, you know, the second coming of Jesus Christ and that he's the, you know, nicest, holiest man with the kindest, most gentle disposition, always politically correct. But I do think he's a tough leader, an unpredictable leader in uncertain times, and that could be of great value to America and perhaps in turn to the West. But what I do think is when you look at what's going on now, the pardoning of Hunter Biden by Donald Trump is just the latest offence being committed by the Democratic Party, who lied to its people for so long that he was mentally agile, that he was fit for office, when it was quite clear he was aged and senile, who used lawfare against Donald Trump rather than fighting him at the ballot box, who have got their sort of, you know, mates in the mainstream media over into America to spout all sorts of horror stories about, you know, what was going to happen under Donald Trump. He's a fascist, he's a Nazi. I just think they're disgraced, quite frankly, and I hope they're out of power for a long time to come. Brian, thank you ever so much for your call. Keep them coming in, ladies and gentlemen. The number 03444991000 if you'd like to be connected to the studio and have a chit-chat with me. Victor is in Bedfordshire. Hi, Victor.
Yeah, I was listening to one of your callers before about processing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think as things are, processing is a waste of time. Whether someone is deemed a genuine asylum seeker or not, in a lot of cases, they won't get deported. They somehow manage to disappear. And it's even been known for the Home Office to advise them how to avoid deportation.
Right. Well, this is the point, isn't it? A lot of these NGOs and these charities and these immigration lawyers actually give people all the advice on what you need to do to get into the country, to stay here, to play the system.
What would stop them is if you went down the route of the hard-line route. You just deport everyone. Poland, Hungary. They do this. They do that. They're also subject to the ECHR and.
Well, that's right. Yeah, Donald Tusk, who is the president of Poland, has turned around and said Poland will not be taking any more asylum claims. That is a bold move, like you said, a signatory to the ECHR. And Donald Tusk, of course, used to be head of the European Council, a huge player over in Brussels, and the various sort of elements of the tripartite system of the EU, knows its apparatus inside out, and he's able to say Poland can't take any more asylum seekers. It's all being war-gamed. And I don't understand why we're so soft on this. Tom from Pontypridd says, Alex, any genuine asylum seeker will happily provide papers to show where they're from. Anyone who dumps their ID overboard should be returned immediately. The civil service is too soft by allowing asylum seekers to just use their words. The problem is, though, if you've dumped your ID overboard, this is the trick, isn't it? No one knows where you're from and where to send you back to. And so that basically relies on having an agreement with France that you can send people back there. I don't understand. What would happen the other way around? This is what I often wonder. If the flow was going in the other direction and people were getting in boats from Dover and going into Calais and claiming asylum in France, what would happen? I'll tell you what, the French would block them halfway along the channel. They would. The French wouldn't allow those boats in. The French would be turning people around. I'm certain of it. I'm certain the French would bring people back to the shores of England and say, this is your problem. They've broken into our territorial waters and had no right to do so. That's my hunch. I don't know why we don't do the same. Oh, it'll create an international diplomatic incident. Well, guess what? Masses of illegal asylum is an international diplomatic incident as far as I'm concerned. It's about the safety and security of this country, the integrity of the nation state, and that is all dependent on places having borders. Thank you for your calls, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take a short break now. When I come back, it's time to catch up with what's going on in the world of sport.
Is an unhappy Ben Habib speaking earlier this week.
HQ at Reform has forbidden the new branches they've set up from having me speak to them. It seems these criticisms that I have, ideological as well as constitutional criticisms I have of the party, are an affront to them. But I think that their prohibition on my speaking, their prohibition on my free speech, their reluctance to democratise, their ideological differences with me now leaves me no option but to say I'm not affiliated with Reform, I'm afraid.
Well, let's get reaction now from former government minister and Reform UK spokesperson Anne Widdecombe. And this is unseemly, isn't it? Party members fighting like rats in a sack.
Hang on, party members, you have one man walking out who has been unhappy, but you have one man walking out.
A senior figure, Anne.
Now, just a minute, and you talk about party members fighting. Sorry, who's fighting who?
Well, he's at war with his own party because it won't democratise and he's got no free speech.
One man, you've just said party members. What we have here is one man walking out. Now, the other major parties, quite frankly, would give their right arms to only have one person ever walk out on them. Look at the Civil War. No, look at the Civil War that's torn the Tories apart over the last few years. Look at Labour and its civil wars. One man walks out of Reform, and you say members are fighting. No, they're not.
Well, it's one man.
Our membership has crossed 100,000. We're going up in the polls. We're polling in Wales. It's level with Labour, and in fact, in one poll ahead of Labour. All that is being achieved, and you're picking on one thing that has gone wrong. Now, let me say this: I have huge respect for Ben Habib.
Doesn't sound like it.
I know.
You've just thrown him under the bus, under the Reform UK bus, driven by Nigel Farage. Toot toot.
He's walked out, you silly man. We haven't thrown him under a bus. He's left the bus. For goodness sake, get the...
Now, you've just called him a silly man, or you called me a silly man, and the bottom line, this is a guy of colossal stature, a self-made entrepreneur, and a guy that helped Nigel to achieve this political revolution. Now he's some kind of insignificant figure that apparently you can do without, ignoring his rather important messages about what's going wrong in Reform UK.
Yeah, First of all, I suggest you stop putting words in my mouth. I've certainly never in my life called Ben Habib insignificant. I was trying to say before you interrupted.
Well, you said it's only one person. Only one.
There you go again. That I have a great admiration for Ben Habib. He knows I do, so nothing you can say is going to undermine that. I also happen to like Ben Habib, and I respect what he's done to reform.
With friends like that?
He is wanting a pace of democratisation that at the moment can't be realised. We're democratising very fast. We're setting up branches all over the country. Come on, Ben. But we cannot do everything at once. And that is the problem. Yes, he is one man. Doesn't mean I don't think he's significant, but he is still one man. And you said members fighting. That was the point I was making.
Does his departure not provoke a nanosecond of self-reflection on the part of the party?
This party is going great guns.
So the answer is no. No self-reflection.
The answer is this party is going great guns. We've got fantastic membership, setting up branches. We're doing well.
You've lost a member.
We won't always reflect, because if we don't, we shall fall into the trap that the other parties have fallen into. So, of course, we'll reflect. And, I would love to see Ben come back, but at the moment we are where we are, and it is not members fighting, and there's no war, and there's no great quarrel. Ben Habib has left us.
Now, Ben Habib effectively accused Nigel Farage of a sellout on Brexit. He said Brexit hasn't been properly done. You agree with that, don't you, Anne?
Totally, but the fact is that Nigel Farage isn't in charge of delivering Brexit. First of all, Boris Johnson was in charge of it and proclaimed Brexit has been done, when Ben Habib and I and Nigel and everybody else will tell you it has not been. And now, sadly, it's in the hands of the Labour Party who will make an even worse job of it. But elect a reform government next time, and we will make sure that Brexit is a genuine Brexit that makes Britain great. We will make sure of that.
OK, well, listen, Anne, of course, this is something of a political drama. I suspect that Reform UK will survive it. And who knows, maybe Ben Habib will make a glorious return. He'll be happy if he's watching this to know that he's still a friend. Speaking of friends, the world's richest man, Elon Musk, is rumoured to be considering handing $100 million to Reform UK in order to spark a political revolution similar to that of Donald Trump in the US. Would you welcome such an intervention?
Oh, look, if I had the sort of money that Elon Musk has got, I would certainly be giving $100 million to Reform. Though, having said that, these are rumours. These are rumours, Mark, as you yourself admit. There's no announced plan for such a donation. But Reform is a new party. We've always had less money than the other parties. And therefore, all help is welcome.
Anne, always a treat. And this weekend saw the 150th birthday of our great wartime leader, Winston Churchill. Well, a new book called Trump and Churchill, Defenders of Western Civilization, draws parallels between the new president-elect and our wartime Prime Minister, arguing that Donald Trump will save the free world in the next 4 years, as Churchill did in 1945. Well, I'm delighted to say that this book, which has got America talking, is out now, and its author is the political broadcaster and writer Nick Adams. Nick, congratulations on the release of the book. As personalities, how alike are these two men?
Thank you, Mark, for having me. It's a very interesting question, because when you
Harry Brooks scored 100 in the second innings for England, and a big 100 as well with 171. Brian Castle really good with the ball. He took 10 wickets in the whole match. England chasing down to 104 for victory, and they did that with young Jacob Bethel, one test debut, scoring an unbeaten 50 of just 37 balls. So some Pope and Bethel scoring runs, which was great. Harry Brooks with that big 100. Brian Castle in the wickets. England winning the match by 8 wickets. A great start to the series for England against a really, really good opposition.
Now, shall we take young Alex back to safer territory when it comes to the world of sport and talk about Formula One, the only sport that I really care about? Of course, the championship's all wrapped up now. We know that Max Verstappen is the champion driver. Constructors' Championship was wide open, though. The Qatari Grand Prix actually quite action-packed.
Yeah, and I kind of think the Lando Norris sort of penalty has kind of been maybe one of the big talking points to come away from it. McLaren, they've called for an inquiry into that penalty given to Norris for ignoring the yellow flags during the Qatar Grand Prix. The team principal said the decision to give Norris a 10-second stop-and-go penalty lacked any specificity and proportion. I don't think I said that word right, apologies. But it was a big moment because that decision and that amount of time, which is the longest sort of penalty you can be given, it dropped Norris from second place. And at that point, a close fight with the leader and the eventual winner, Max Verstappen, to an eventual 10th place, which is a massive, massive gap. And it took McLaren from a position where they would have just needed a couple of points in the final race of the season next weekend to secure the Constructors' Championship, to seeing their lead over Ferrari cut to 21 points. So still a lot to play for then. And it's kind of, I'm not sure if you've seen it, Alex, but it's kind of split opinion. Of course, the wave yellow flags indicate a hazard ahead and drivers must slow down. Many people think that it almost would have been impossible for Lando Norris, given the time that he saw the flag, to slow down. Some people say, hey, when you're playing at this sort of level, you've got to react quickly. Lots of people think it was harsh. I'm not sure what you think, Alex.
Yeah, well, do you know what? I was nodding off on my sofa and flu-ridden, but I always like to come down on the side of Lando Norris on these matters. But, you know, the thing is, there's millions in this. This is the prize money. This is where the Formula One teams really earn their cash winning the Constructors' title. So you can understand why Zach is saying this isn't good enough. You know, we're fighting for his driver. But there's one more race to go. I'm looking forward to watching that. And then, of course, it's the off-season period where there's no sport in my world if there's no four wheels going 200 miles per hour round a circuit. Sam Ellard, TalkSport presenter, thank you ever so much for giving us all of the updates there in the world of sport. Back to safer territory, even safer territory for me. After the breaks, we're going back to politics. We're going to be joined by Brendan O'Neill, chief political writer at Spiked, to chew over all of the day's news after this. welcome back. Alex Phillips here with you for one more hour, sitting in the hot seat for Drive here on Talk. Now, you know how the old adage goes, beat 'em. I'd say if you can't beat them over the head, and that's what we're going to do, because looking at the screens in front of me and what everyone's reporting on, you've got breaking news. Greg Wallace has apologised.
I don't know what's going on here. Nothing is happening.
He put out yesterday saying this
they
is all...
They can't give us any information because they can't find the actual investigation, the actual report. So what we're going to be doing, this is not the end of it. We're not giving up the fight. We will continue to do our job on 2CTV as a team. We will be investigating this because I would like to know, was that a couple of rogue police officers on the ground on Saturday telling me that Monday it will happen, I'll be questioned, for example, and they didn't tell the command? Did they do it without an official order? Or bureaucracy? They said, I could be in trouble because I didn't follow their orders, and I'm controversial, and I do post on social media, and somehow there was an order, but they can't find the paperwork. What happened to the paperwork? Where is the report? Where is the investigation? What is the investigation? So we still don't know. The reality is, as I predicted yesterday, I wasn't going to get arrested today now. So any questioning, this is where it's going to get interesting, because this is where it's going to get complicated, because it's about either incompetence or intimidation. Which one is it? Was it incompetence, that no one knew who was in charge of creating this case investigation? Or was it just verbal and they didn't actually create any paperwork and it was just to intimidate me? Or it was a threat, something like a warning, behave yourself? I would like to find out. And hopefully we will find out. I mean, I'm not holding my breath, but it'll be interesting to see what we'll figure out. As I said, we do have support from the top lawyers in this country, and it was quite interesting because a lot of people were coming out to say, "Oh, my 2C is going to use this opportunity to ask for money or crowdfunding or fundraising." As I said over the last couple of days, I don't do that sort of stuff. We don't do fundraising. We don't do crowdfunding. We don't ask for money. This is a business, obviously, and we have a product for you guys, the geopolitical channel, and of course 2CTV Plus, which I will plug, by the way, because obviously that's the whole point of this. If you want to support us, join 2CTV Plus. That's the only way you can also get access to all the premium shows. We have a couple of very interesting shows being added to 2CTV Plus, which is our independent platform. Go on 2ctvplus.tv or find the link in the description. Get 1 month free. But the fascinating part is, so first things first, with the project itself, I had to pause a number of things I was doing over the last couple of days because I was busy with this. We have Lawrence Fox hopefully joining 2CTV Plus soon. We have Ben Habib hopefully joining 2CTV Plus soon. I will be talking to him in more details. But everything had to be paused. The news of the day had to be paused for me to find out exactly what's going on here. Now, the other issue is that the fake news going around on social media. Half of the internet was saying I was already arrested. Half of them were saying he's already gone to a voluntary interview. The other half were saying that, I don't know, there was so many other weird stuff. The earth was flat, apparently, because of this case. And then, obviously, when the case was dropped, the earth has gone back to being a globe. Now, while we're here, let's get some reaction from you guys. Then we have to talk about other issues. Super chat from Ghost Rider, thank you, saying, so you can't film a protest unless you have a van and satellite dish with BBC or Sky written on the van. Essentially, yeah. The problem we had was that they were treating me like a counter-protester. That is disgusting. Well, while I was there, I mean, my media hat and as 2CTV, and obviously I don't really, as you guys know, when I go to report these protests, I don't provoke, I don't really talk to any of them. I simply just stand in the corner and film it. But they treated me like a political activist, which I'm not. PC says, Maya, God bless you. Thank you. Kev as well, Kev Shaw. Tony says, basically, I think they are trying to shut you up because you speak the truth. I don't even know. I mean, I don't know what the aim is, because, as I said, the debate is now between whether it is incompetence, that they don't know what they did, or was it just intimidation and it was never going to happen. And then if that's the case, because there are two different categories, one that could mean that people are at the top of the police, but I don't really think I should be that important to them to care enough to get the senior leadership involved. I mean, I'm not that important compared to the threats that they are dealing with on a daily basis. But yeah, I don't know, because if it's just a couple of individuals in the police, then that's their own political biases, and it's basically their political bias has been exposed. Libel says leftists like to scaremonger when they act. Beware. Again, Kev Shaw. And James Morrison says, congratulations to Maya Tusi for being a victim of political persecution. You are now legally entitled to political asylum and citizenship in the United States of America. First things first, I will always refuse to be a victim of anything. Even if I'm an actual real victim, I will not be a victim. Always fight back, fight. And also, there's no point in trying to...
And then all of a sudden...
life has
bam!
Ups
What
and downs.
is that?
Things happen.
Anybody tell me what that is?
But yes, I think this is...
We're in the middle of the ocean. On a ferry.
Right.
Nothing around. What?
Ugly boy says.
Nothing around.
Running scared.
No land, no nothing.
Stop floating, thank you. Green Rider says there isn't a report because they are busy creating it as we speak.
Look, nothing in the sky at all.
I would
then
like
all
to
of a
think
sudden,
a straightforward report for an investigation.
bam! What is
If
that?
it's based on social media posts or
Anybody tell me what that is?
building a protest, it shouldn't take that long.
We're in the middle of the ocean.
But
on a ferry.
They're not giving any information.
Nothing around. What?
They are
Nothing around.
So
no land, no nothing.
oh, someone's knocking on the door. Oh, well, I'm kidding. Knock on the door. Here we go. The police is here.
Look,
Mike says, looks as though an individual police inspector took it upon himself to try and intimidate you and send his minions to do his dirty work. Surely that is a breach of the Public Order Act, causing you fear, harassment and worry. But that's the thing. If it is just random police officers just saying random things on the day, threaten me, but not actually going through the official channels, which means there would not be an official investigation or a case against me, then I would like to find out where they are, who these people are. And I'm glad, by the way, I'm thankful to the police for not wasting taxpayers' money and time on this. I hope you're actually using this to do some good as public servants. Libel says, family living energy said that's how it started. Stu says, Andra said you gave him a bollocking for asking for money. Yeah, because we don't do, I mean, that wasn't me anyway, but when Andra Walker made a video, obviously he said he will be helping me fight this, and he said he will be also offering £10,000 to any whistleblower. But he said, you know, I would try to raise it, and I did say, I told him off because I said I don't do fundraising, I don't do crowdfunding, I don't take people's money for anything like this, and as long as you don't do it in my name, that would be nice. Sorry, you all gotta go through all this BS. Take action, because whistling past the graveyard don't do no good. Angry PMC or the Viking is here saying, why didn't they arrest you while you were there? We were there. That's a good question. And actually, was the first situation were we live when? Because there were a couple of situations, obviously, on the day, a couple of days ago at the protest, the Narnia protest. One was about social media. I think that was just before we started the live stream, but obviously the Viking can testify. Not legally in court. Don't worry. You don't have to come to court. Can testify that the police officers, there were like 5 of them, pointed at me from all the way the other side, And they came to me and basically threatened me. They said, we will arrest you. What are you doing here? And then there was also a situation in the middle of the live stream, I believe, where obviously they were questioning me, saying, you're not allowed to go there or there. We will arrest you because you're not a part of a trade union. So, again, the question is, as the Viking says, because he was there as my security, as my protection, why didn't they actually arrest me then? Considering I actually went against their order. And I continue to report the protests. So technically, I ignored their order. Even though I have checked with the lawyers, there is no legal power for the police to arrest you if you're not part of a trade union. So they can say that, but you can challenge it. Just so you know, some of you watching, if you're independent journalists or reporters, you don't have to. If they try to arrest you, challenge it, because they don't have the legal powers. Funky Phantom says, I hope you washed your ass this morning, just in case they wanted to take a look. No, it's fine. Luckily, I didn't even get to that point. Deadman64 says, your paperwork is probably being kept with Tommy's arrest videos after being pepper sprayed that they misplaced. Yeah, let's not forget when Tommy Robinson was arrested for eating breakfast in London as a journalist one day. The footage of the moment they used pepper spray on him, it just got lost. When the police went to court, and we were there, I was in the gallery as a journalist listening to it. First, the police said we're dyslexic. They messed up the paperwork for Tommy as well, and they said we're dyslexic. And then they said they lost the footage, the actual body cam for the police. Only in that moment, that few seconds. And no one questioned it. Everyone just moved on. I mean, it was brilliant, absolutely hilarious, worrying, but it's kind of like ludicrous. It's just like out in the open. Just Archie says there is a very thin line between incompetence and malice. When one of these benefit them, then it's usually the latter. My full support from Israel. Thank you, Archie from Israel. Too much censorship on YouTube comments. A comment which has the name Musab Hassan Youssef gets deleted. Really? Poor Musab. Andy says, stop strong. Maya, we love you. I think that's supposed to stay. Should I stop being strong or stay strong? It's two options. I'll try to stay strong, unless you really mean stop being strong, Maya. I'm kidding. I know what you mean. Connor says they have obviously lost the paperwork under all the nonsense non-hate crime incident forms they gleefully fill out on people. So much time being and resources being wasted on this sort of nonsense every day by the police. Aaron says, I think they released it too late. Streisand's effect. Lebel says, promote the petition again. It will make him uncomfortable. Yeah, we will. Tony says, a lot of people did a peaceful protest for Tommy. If you get arrested, I can see a protest for you too, buddy. Oh, that is lovely. Although, that wouldn't help with my ego. Kev says, bro, you're a voice and they don't like it, but this BS will be shown at some point. Free speech will prevail. The adventurer says they have nothing, just scare tactics, Maya. BC says, Maya was on the march where Tommy was stopped. I was busy carrying my 12-year-old cousin in Israel's photo. Oh, he was a hostage. So they don't know till later about Tommy. Oh yes, that day. That was a weird day. Yeah. Well, he won that case against the police. You did see Tommy Robinson has that now put a target on your back. No, I don't know. I mean, I would like to say no. Yeah, because I don't want to start my own conspiracy theories, because that would just be an add-on on top of everything else that's going on. All right. Joy says the trolls are busy. Little babies tonight. It's nearly time for bed, children. Do we have trolls? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, hang on. There we go. Sleeves up. Ugh. Where are the trolls? Bring on the leftists. Let's find some trolls. Give me some usernames of trolls so I could scroll up and down and find them. I'm in a mood. I gotta have some entertainment today. Come on, guys. It's been rough. It's been rough. Give me some usernames of the trolls. I can't see anyone being annoying. Anyway, while you type, it's a bit delayed. Yvette says the truth is the real threat, because seeing is believing, and they don't want the populace to wake up. Someone says, someone watching from, yeah, Brighton. Oh wow. Max says love from woke Brighton, where everyone loves Keir. I know. Well, the Independent Republic, there's the Socialist Independent Republic of Brighton. Who are the trolls? Okay, this is John. That doesn't help me. Is there an account called John? Someone says, no one says, if you're a member of 2CTV Plus, did you get an invite to the wedding? Whose wedding? If you are you talking to me or the others? Because when it comes to the my wedding, let's just say we will be vetting everyone beforehand, and there will be high security. But yes, a selected member of the 2CTV Plus membership would be attending the wedding. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be chaotic. Is this one? Stop racism, embrace diversity. Oh, hello. What is this nonsense? I mean, we don't really do racism in this country. I mean, there's probably 12 people who are ethno-nationalists, but I'm not really sure who this person is talking about. Britain is one of the least racist countries in the whole world. Also, the political left don't actually believe in real diversity, which is the real diversity of thoughts and ideas. You can look different with different skin colors, but you all have to think and say the same thing, like a bunch of sheep, basically. So that's one. Do we have? Honestly, says Jam B84 troll, but that one has already been blocked by the admin, by the mods. So did they create a new account? Someone says, Rambo says 2C1 Metropolitan Police nil. I don't think I've won the war yet. Let's go back to super chat. Sue says, keep up the good work. Thank you, Sue. And RG is back saying, on a different note, the ceasefire in Israel, Lebanon didn't last long. Yeah, I know. 3 rockets shot to northern Israel a few hours ago. Who would have thought? Yeah, so we will be going back to reporting on the important issues now on this channel. There's a lot to cover tonight from geopolitics. We're going to talk about Syria. We're going to talk about Hezbollah of Lebanon and Israel. And we're going to be obviously talking about... there's a lot of people who asked about the Syrian civil war. And a lot of people were asking, because obviously we've done a couple of reports, live reports on that, where people are asking, they still don't know which group is which. There's so many different rebels and groups and all that. So at 7 p.m. UK time, so it's about 6:22 if you're watching this live. So in about 40 minutes, less than 40 minutes, if you stay tuned, refresh the page on YouTube. There is a pre-recorded video. I've done an explainer explaining exactly which group is which and which one is bad, which one is good, or which one is less bad. So make sure to watch that. And then we're going to obviously come back and focus on everything else that has been going on. Kev says that the trolls are the ones with no idea of a democracy. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for all the kind messages and all the support. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media forever.
Prediction predicament and a conundrum where you literally have to open new hotels. Why?
Because the BBC Stockholm was taking so few people that it was just basically costing a fortune. And so, look, I think one of the government's biggest problem has been, for a government that is a party that's sometimes accused of being obsessed with spin, I think one of the biggest problems has been the optics, has been the sequencing of announcements. I mean,
Sorry, can we stop saying optics? What is going on here? These political choices reflect the fact that Labour put newcomers who often break our laws ahead of the British people. If Labour was serious about dealing with this problem, you and I both know what they'd be doing. They wouldn't be granting asylum to 66% of people who come into the country, often illegally, and even worse, which is what most people saw on social media this week, they wouldn't be allowing illegal migrants to have free healthcare in their hotels, positioned in their hotels, with cash cards, phones, places and local schools. Matt, I'm sorry.
Well, we don't want... I mean, the issue about those hotels is you don't want people taking up local NHS resources.
Or not to mention, before we talk about housing, before we talk about the housing crisis, which Labour have mysteriously gone quiet about.
Not at all. We're going to get the country building. And again, you don't get country building instantly.
Come on, just put politics to one side. Be realistic. How is Labour going to solve the NHS crisis, the housing crisis, public services in disarray, while also running illegal migration at 150,000, legal migration at nearly 800,000 a year? Let's just get real. Because I would argue what Labour are doing is what Labour's always done, basically from the 1990s onwards. They're putting newcomers and migrants ahead of the British people. That's what's going on.
Absolutely not. Net migration was massively higher in the last 2 years than it was under any year under the Blair-Brown Labour government. Labour wants to get net migration down. It wants to train British workers to do British jobs, which is why we've had an emphasis on skills in the first few weeks of the government. Again, you don't train a plasterer in 2 weeks or even in 3 months. Yes, you're absolutely right in the sense that we need to get migration, legal and illegal, down.
But let me just ask you a point that you've just said. Matt's just raised the issue about private healthcare. Your response to that is, well, we don't want them taking up the places in the NHS. What viewers at home will be shouting at their screens is, hang on a second. So you've come into this hotel or wherever it is that you're putting these people, and your reaction to, let's take them out the NHS so they're not draining that resource, we'll give them a free private healthcare. That is a better level of care than the taxpayers in this country are getting. Shouldn't the answer to that be, we don't want you to be a drain on the local NHS, so what you'll do is you'll get in the queue with everybody else, as opposed to, we don't want you to be a drain, so I'll tell you what we'll do, we'll parachute in the private.
Let's clarify. What it is I think we're not talking about fast-tracking people for operations. What it is it's a bit like some companies have a doctor that services the company.
I know exactly what it is.
It's a GP. It's a private GP who's specifically servicing them. Look, I think the real answer is close the hotels.
But just concede this point. They get access to that private healthcare, the GP appointments, etc., at a much faster rate than the taxpayers of this country will be able to access their current GP services.
Well, look, that shouldn't be the case. There shouldn't be more GPs per head of people who are in asylum hotels.
But the whole reason that people use private GP services, whether it's me as an individual or whoever contracting from the government, is because you get a faster access time. But do you concede that?
Look, I think we can't have a situation where people in asylum accommodation are getting a better situation than the thing. Well, then that is wrong. But what I want to do is I don't want to just sort out the GP arrangements. I want to close the hotels. I want there to be no migrant hotels left. I want to get illegal migration down.
What do you lot think at home? You're an opinionated bunch. What do you think? My key question to you is, are you optimistic? Because I agree with what Matt says, Matt Larza, completely agree with what he's just said. Then let's get the hotels closed down and all the rest of it. But the strategy that we currently have from our government, is it the right one to make that happen? Do you have faith in that or not? Coming up after the break, net zero. Is there anything off limits when it comes to the pursuit of net zero? Your milk. Have you seen the controversy about what's being added to cow feed in order to stop them flagellating? You heard that right. See you in 2.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. Turning very cold overnight in northern areas with a sharp frost and a risk of ice. Cloudier elsewhere though, so not turning quite as chilly, but it's still going to be a fairly cold night on offer for all. We've currently got high pressure sat to the north of the country. That's bringing in a cold northerly flow of air, bringing us that risk of frost and ice overnight. So any showers across Scotland, Northern Ireland, northern parts of England, generally easing away. Plenty of clear skies here where we're likely to see that sharp frost by the time we reach the morning. Perhaps even some freezing fog patches and some icy stretches too, but much cloudier across central and southern areas. A slight breeze here, so it will still be a cold night.
Don't worry, Mum, about coming and driving into town to collect me today. I'll get the train home, which then means it's only like a 10-minute drive to collect him rather than over 30 minutes. But the train was cancelled. And yesterday, when he had to go into town, he thought he'd take the train instead of driving. The train was cancelled. And this is why Rachel Reeves, unless you live in London, and particularly if you live outside of big cities and towns, you need your car to just do the basics of work and school and getting groceries and going to the doctors. And if you start penalising car drivers anymore, people are going to not be able to do their basic needs. So the idea again of penalising drivers with any more tax will not go down very well, because we around here have no other options but to drive.
Western parts of Scotland too, and it's fairly unsettled towards the end of the week. Milder though, before it turns cold again into the weekend. Bye-bye.
The latest GB News travel.
Well, good evening. I'm Johnny Ratner. Long residual delays in Derbyshire on the M1 southbound after a car broke down just by the Tipshell services west of Mansfield. All lanes back open. Still queuing back towards the Chesterfield exit of the A617. And there are long delays in the West Midlands on the M6 northbound. The two outside lanes on that four-lane stretch are closed just after junction 6 at Spaghetti Junction, heading north of Birmingham following an accident. That tailback stretching all the way to the M42. Heading north towards Cambridge, the M11 is down to a single lane from junction 10 to 11 following an accident. And the A1M in Hertfordshire is closed northbound from junction 8 at Stevenage to 9, the Letchworth exit, after a lorry left a large spillage of oil behind. On the Surrey stretch of the M25, the inside lanes closed anti-clockwise just before 8 at Reigate. A lorry's broken down, accused back towards Leatherhead. And in Wiltshire, the A342 at Devizes is blocked by an accident. That's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
Hello everybody, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm with you till 7 o'clock tonight. Alongside me, my panel, Matt Goodwin, the pollster and academic, and Matthew Larser, the former Labour advisor. Lots of you getting in touch. So Roy, you're watching in France, you've said, can you ask Matt XYZ? But I've got two Matts. So if you want me to ask one of them, you need to be a little bit more specific. I have to tell you that. Lots of you saying that you're not necessarily filled with optimism about the way that things are going right now. If you are optimistic though, do get in touch, because I do like a little bit of positivity. It's nice to feel good about the direction of travel, isn't it? There is a direction of travel, though, that many people are not feeling optimistic about. The dairy farm. Did you see this? It started with a tweet. This is what kind of kicked it all off. There's the dairy farm, Arla, have basically put a tweet out where they're essentially saying that they're really proud that they're doing this trial where they're going to be adding additives to cow feed, basically. It's all about this pursuit of net zero. Well, I've got to say, after that, we had this video released from some Arla cow farmers. Listen.
Jay.
I'm Adam.
And we run a family dairy farm with 420 cows.
We've been Arla members for the last 10 years, and we've been in the innovation farm for the last 5.
The latest innovation we're looking at is Bovaer. Bovaer is a feed additive developed by Dutch company DSM that allows farmers to reduce enteric methane emissions from our dairy herds.
And in case you're listening on the radio and you didn't see that Arla tweet, I will just say that they said that they're trialling this on 30 farms.
And whenever they're adding any chemicals to our food system in any way that we don't have a say over. I think that's my starting point with any of this anyway. So this is a trial. There are 3 major supermarkets, Tesco's, Aldi, Morrison's, who are taking part. And that says to me that we, the consumer, are part of a trial, an experiment, but we don't have any choice in it. We're just part of it. And it's this drive to change the way a cow's digestive system works in order that it produces less burps and less bottom ones too, by 30% apparently with this chemical. Now there are some chemicals in here that the Food Standards Agency have said that for the people handling it, this is something called, I won't bore you with a really long name, it's known as 3-NOP, N-O-P, that if you handle it, that it's a risk to humans if you breathe it in, if it touches the skin or if you ingest it. So it doesn't sound like particularly pleasant stuff, and it may well be that when it goes into a cow, it's changed and it isn't harmful at all. But the one thing that worries me about this is it's very hard to find any proper information. There are studies, but they're all sponsored by Bovar. They're all sponsored by the companies that are producing the chemical, because obviously they're going to sell it. And it's the same old story that we're seeing time again with pharmaceuticals, that the information that we're allowed to have has been really produced by them, with them paying for it. And I think when we're at a time when we're criticising people all of the time for eating too much processed food, telling them to eat healthily and stop eating processed food, there's lots of circumstances where they're given no choice. So we don't know if this actually goes into cow's milk. We don't know if it goes into meat. But more importantly, we do know that it changes the cow's microbiome. We also know in humans that the microbiome is absolutely responsible for our overall health. And when you start changing things in nature, you start changing the bacteria that lives in a cow's stomach, there will be a downstream effect. Something else will happen that we don't know about yet. It's why we don't kill mosquitoes. We have the opportunity to alter the genome of a mosquito so that they all die, but we don't do it because it would have such a catastrophic effect downstream on the food chain. And I think it's time for these companies to have to come to the public and be honest and open and say, this is what we want to put in this milk, but if you don't want to be part of our experiment, here's informed consent and you can buy this milk that doesn't have it in.
Yeah, well, that is a simple solution to it all, isn't it? Label your product, that this has got this in, as you say, and then consumers can make the decision as to whether or not it is for them. Thank you for giving us your view on that matter. I very much appreciate it. I have got to say, and Arla, I've got to say that the Arla company actually responded to this and said that the information, because there's lots of information, I have to say, people are linking this to people like Bill Gates. He's invested in a similar kind of company. They're saying that the information spreading online, surrounding our link to Bill Gates is completely false, and claims relating to his involvement in our products is inaccurate. The health and safety of both consumers and animals is always our #1 priority. Bovar's already been extensively and safely used across Europe, and at no point during the trial will there be any impact on the milk we produce, as it does not pass from the cow into the milk. I'm not a cow, but I have breastfed my child. And I remember when you are lactating, you're told to be so very careful about what you add into your body. There's so many things that you can't eat. There's so many things that you shouldn't be drinking, and so on and so forth. Why? Because the priority is the end product of the milk and the safety of that being passed to your child. It broadens me, it pushes me to ask the broaden question here. When it comes to net zero, we seem to be just kind of on this such fast track hitting net zero. Everything seems to be obsessing about net zero, whether it's electric car, you know, what's the word? These fines that they're now going to be doing if you don't hit your target with electric vehicles. Now we're talking about food production, and so many consumers are not into this. What do you think is going on, Matt? Well,
I think, firstly, net zero has become something like a new religion for the elite class, in that they have become so obsessed with this idea that they are imposing it on everybody else with not thinking about the consequences that it can have on ordinary working people, while also ignoring what's going on in much of the rest of the world, like the fact that the amount that we contribute to any climate changes is pretty insignificant when compared to countries like India or China. But I'm also deeply disturbed by the lack of evidence for some of these interventions. Just want to read you one brief thing by the National Farmers Union that said this week, while those approved FSA-approved products could be useful in helping to reduce methane emissions, questions remain about their long-term efficacy, that it can be used practically and effectively, and that animal health and welfare will not be impacted. In other words, they're not really sure what impact this is going to have, but they're doing it anyway. And I think many people out there feel a lot of this when it comes to the net zero agenda, that no one in the elite class is really sure about any of this, but they're still subjecting people to these experiments and just saying, well, you guys deal with the consequences, you pay the higher energy bills, you pay the cost of this, this elite project, and we'll come back to you later on.
Matt?
So, I think the transparency is important, and, you know, they're not hiding away about this. We've seen their video there featuring...
Proud, yes,
they're proud, they're out there. So, and they're actually trying it with 30 out of the 9,000 farmers that they work with. They are approved by the Food Standards Agency. What I would say is I would rather that we, if it is safe, that we manage to reduce cows emissions rather than we all have to turn the heating down or off, or you know, it's a change that I would rather make if it can be done sensibly. It seems to me it's not a bad idea to try this out, to test it, to see if it works on the farm, as the NFU states, if it actually works practically on the farm in terms of giving the product to the cows, etc. So I'm for it, because I'm pro dairy milk. What irritates me now is when you go and get, you know, I don't drink coffee, but I drink hot chocolate. It's cold weather, so it's hot chocolate season. And if I go to one more place which says, do you oat? Do you want, you know, coconut? No, I want real milk.
You surprised me. I would have had you down as a soy man.
No.
That's what I would have...
I'm old school. I'm not a member of that.
I would have had you... If you said to me, Michelle, you've got to guess the milk choice of Matthew Lazarite, I would have bet everything I had that you was a soy...
No. Bog standard semi-skim.
My issue with all of this is because so many people are properly into the reduction of emissions and net zero and all the rest of it. That's great. High five, you guys. But then there's a lot of people that don't feel the same sense of urgency, that look at the contradictions that go on, that we seem to be doing everything now, like giving stuff to cows to stop them from trumping, while simultaneously looking at places like China doing whatever they want, basically, opening coal plants and so on and so forth. And we just think that there's just such a different set of priorities here, and it doesn't make sense. So if products are labelled and said, you know, this is what we've got, this is what we've done, anyone that's into this, off you go, that's a product choice for you. And anyone else that's not into it, just avoid it. That's what I will do with these products, because I don't want my my dairy, etc., tampered with for some notion when all the other countries seem to be doing, or a lot of other countries anyway, seem to be doing whatever it is that they feel like doing. It's 6:40, and I haven't even mentioned Greg Wallace yet. Give me a pay rise, that's what I say, because that story has been dominating the front pages of the press. Top story, a fella making some jokes 2 decades ago. What on earth is this world coming to? I will just look at the lunacy of that coverage, though, because I want to look at why and who drives this kind of stuff. Is it a top story for you? But I also want to ask Elon Musk, should he be donating a small fortune to try and help the Reform UK party? Would you support that? Not.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Love a bit of baking and share some hot tips. We're delighted to be joined by our baking extraordinaire, Matty Edgell, who won Great British Bake Off last year. Woo! Welcome. Congratulations as well. I'm sure you're sick of being congratulated.
And there's a nice reminder.
No, you like all the glory.
Yeah.
What was it like winning the Great British Bake Off? What's last year been like for you?
Winning I was not expecting to win at any point until they said my name.
You're a very humble guy.
It was a nice surprise. No, I was just
really
in touch with reality. Yeah, no, I wasn't.
Was it quite a close race throughout then?
Yeah, I considered myself the underdog throughout. I think the first week I turned around after the showstopper and kind of saw how good everyone was, and then looked at mine and thought, how have I got here? And that kind of theme followed through.
But then that surely
like an underdog.
you on.
Yeah, it did.
Actually, I'm going to get better throughout this.
Yeah, I think it made me kind of like really tune into the feedback that they was giving me and trying to embed that throughout. So that's probably why.
Could you feel yourself improving as the series went on?
Definitely, and I think also, like, kind of simultaneously, my confidence improved at the same time, and then that, like, little bit of belief in myself probably helped out as well.
What was your strength? Biscuits, cake, bread?
I think cake's my strength.
Cake.
I think cake, typically, if you start baking, that's probably where you start, isn't it? So that was what I knew most.
How did you start baking?
I've been asked this so many times since...
You don't know.
I attribute it to my nan.
Oh,
but, yeah, I would say, I think most people probably attribute it to like a grandparent or something that they maybe done with like their parents when they was growing up. So that's I'll give it to my nan.
Or the major lockdown baking boom.
Yeah, banana bread.
Everybody,
all over the place, isn't it? It's good.
Yeah, it's really good. I love a banana bread, even now.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, Michelle Dewberry, Matt Laza and Matt Goodwin till 7 o'clock. Go on then, go on. I will talk about it. I didn't want to. I've got better things to talk about, quite frankly. I'm talking about Greg Wallace, the fact that he has been dominating front pages, ladies and gents. The government has now got involved. This is about, in case you've missed it, he was saying some jerks and doing some very strange things, I will say, walking around with his bits out covered in the sock, bit weird.
He was doing what?
He was walking around, apparently he went into a work setting naked, apart from a sock covering his bits. I mean, I don't even know where to begin with such strange behaviour. It wouldn't offend me. I would just find that absolutely bizarre. But anyway, really dominating front page news, the Prime Minister getting involved, basically saying that the government basically saying that he's a misogynist. Well, you said you've got some thoughts on this, Matt.
Well, these may be controversial thoughts, and I may be on the cusp of getting myself cancelled. I mean, I think, Greg Wallace is less interesting to me. I don't think, what he said is, in my view, idiotic, and, he seems like a guy, and he probably needs a public relations expert at some point to step in. But I'm always struck at moments like this, where we have Downing Street scrambling to give a response, middle-class celebrities coming out and condemning what he said. And I am going to draw a line to something else. Where was the outrage about young women and girls being sexually exploited at the hands of grooming gangs and men?
Exactly.
In Number 10, in Westminster, in the celebrity world, because I'm not actually interested in Greg Wallace. He's clearly a bit of an idiot. But what strikes me is this outrage. Where was it when girls were actually being systematically raped and abused across hundreds
what's controversial about
of villages and towns?
Well, I think for that.
I think in the elite class, what I've just said is deeply controversial. I think it's whataboutery. But actually, it's really important. If they summon all of this outrage for a case like this, there should have been sustained outrage from Number 10 down about what was happening to kids up and down this country.
I think that's controversial. I think it's common sense. You won't be getting cancelled off Tubes and Co. You'll be pleased to know. What do you make to all this ridiculousness?
Well, look, I mean, I think, I think Matt's right in the sense that there are more important issues than Greg Wallace for Downing Street to get dragged into. On the specifics of the grooming gangs, I think, the whole system failed under grooming gangs. There has been outrage across party and across the country subsequently, but that's, subsequently isn't good enough. The outrage should have been there at the the time, and those who failed need to hang their heads in shame. One of the problems with Downing Street is, I'm glad I'm not the Downing Street official spokesperson, but one of my friends is one of them. And you get called about everything, and you basically, you know, the kind of tradition has got that you answer. At least Greg Wallace is a real person. Do you remember when Deirdre from Coronation Street went to prison, and Tony Blair and the Free Deirdre campaign made it to Prime Minister's questions?
I remember.
So, I mean, look, Greg Wallace is clearly, you know, it sounds like he's been out of order. There's a process looking at what happened, but from the scale of the allegations we've got at the moment, it's out of order rather than anything illegal, and therefore the poor people who are on these series of MasterChef that's still going on, if that wasn't to be shown, which some people have called for, I think that would be unfair to them, and Greg would have, you know, ruled the day. So
I think we do have to actually maintain a sense of perspective in life, and I am of an ilk where I used to watch a chap called Roy Chubby Brown. It's not for the faint. It's not for the faint.
I remember Chubby Brown.
Banned by many a Labour council.
Yes, that was I think a lot of working class people, they do kind of have a slightly different sense of humour to lots of other people. I'm not saying that you should go around naked in your workplace with a sock on your tickle tackle. I'm not suggesting that kind of behaviour by any stretch of the imagination, ladies and gents.
We're not going to be seeing out at the GB News Christmas party.
Well, what goes on at the GB News Christmas party, Matt Larser, stays at the GB News Christmas party, I can tell you that. But no, obviously, abuse and all the rest of it is a very, very serious issue. I'm not seeking to undermine any of that. And obviously, I do have to say that Greg Wallace denies all of the allegations put towards him. Anyway, I did need to get that out of the way. It's done now. Let's talk about Reform UK. Should Elon Musk give them any money? There's been rumours, sums of money, $100 million. These are all rumours, but never mind that. I'm asking, do you think that he should donate to Reform UK?
So I think I'm genuinely conflicted on this for two reasons. The first is, for Reform to really break through, for Nigel Farage and the MPs to really break through in 29, it has to be grassroots. It has to be people-led. You know, they've just passed 100,000 members. I think they really need to position themselves as a party of the people, not the party of a few elites giving them money. At the same time, what this clearly shows, and what Elon Musk's tweets or comments on X over the last couple of weeks show, is he is clearly in touch, in discussion with Nigel Farage, and I think that reflects Farage's influence within American politics. And if you're going to smash the two-party system, if you're going to take on Labour and the Conservatives, it is so difficult to overcome that mythical tipping point that you probably do need some you know, as much help as you can get. You need, you know, Trump to come and visit. You need Musk to throw in behind. You need big money. You need, you know, better candidates. You need all of that stuff. So, you know, that's my take on it. But I think there'll be more strength over the longer term for Farage and Reform if they can position themselves as the movement for the people rather than the movement for a handful of, you know, billionaires.
Well, I mean, in a sense, if they do try and give Nigel and Reform a cheque for the party, I think they need to, if they've got any common sense, they'd return it, because, I mean, the irony of a party that, you know, fulminates against the globalism and the global elite, taking money from a man who, after all, is making his money mostly out of electric cars, which the party's against, and also, of course, isn't British. I mean, I think it would backfire with voters, because voters don't like to see elections being bought, and so voters certainly don't like to see elections being bought by somebody who is not a British citizen and not a British voter. The only way he could do it technically is through the company, and therefore I think it would be a bad move on Reform's part if he does offer to take the money. I suspect it will never be offered.
Do you worry about Reform UK?
Oh, no, absolutely. I think, you know, I mean, I think Labour needs to take Reform UK very seriously. All the parties do. Clearly, you cannot take away from how well they did at the last election. If you look at the local council by-elections up and down the country, they're doing incredibly well. What they're doing, as Matt says, is they are getting the ground game, as it were, building local branches. So all parties should realise that Reform aren't going anywhere.
Just briefly, I think what's interesting about Elon Musk noticing now clearly what's going on within British politics is what Trump has just demonstrated to the world, which is you can lean into that post-2016 realignment and expand it by winning over Latino, Hispanic, minority voters. But also, I think what the assumption they're working on is Farage and Reform will probably be the beneficiary of that realignment rather than the Tories in British politics.
Well, David has been in touch with me on Twitter. He means business because he's written it in capital letters. That's how you know when someone's not messing around. He says in massive capital letters, Greg Wallace has apologised for his behaviour today, you fool. I'm not a fool. He hasn't actually apologised for his behaviour and some of the things that he's accused of. This was his apology. Listen.
Wasn't in a good headspace when I posted it. I've been under a huge amount of stress, a lot of emotion. I felt very alone, under siege yesterday when I posted it. It's obvious to me I need to take some time out.
I thought that we were all about people's mental health, by the way. I thought we spent all of our time trying to make sure that everyone's well-being was prioritised. And, I mean, we've got to be careful in this day and age. I don't condone some of the things that he's been accused of, obviously. But you've got to be careful creating humongous pylons, trying to get yourself in a situation where you're desperately trying for people never essentially to be able to work again. Because we've got to be mindful about what society we want to create. None of us are perfect individuals, are we?
Can I just add one thing to that? I mean, this isn't about this case, but cancel culture. What about the Christian notion of forgiveness? At some point, we as a culture, as a society, we have to actually engage with this notion of forgiveness. We can't just keep purging people from public life.
You have to acknowledge what he did was wrong. So you have to acknowledge the sin to be forgiven for it and absolve it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, absolutely. I mean,
we need to grow up as a society and say, OK, if somebody shows genuine remorse, you know.
But hang on. The argument is that he's genuine remorse. I mean, he was.
I'm not sure we've seen it yet.
It's not a comment about this case. It's a comment about cancel culture in general.
Well, that's a very good point, actually.
He is just very irritating. And he gives bald men who wear glasses and pop up on the telly a bad name.
Does it? You all get lumped into the same thing. That conversation about that Berber additive into milk has really got you guys talking tonight. I can tell you there's also been a lot of appreciation for the festivity. And you talk about Christian notion. If you haven't seen the GB News Advent, take a look at it. It's great. But for now, my two M&Ms, thank you. Thank you to each of you. Have a fantastic night, and I'll see you tomorrow night.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. Turning very cold overnight in northern areas with a sharp frost and a risk of ice. Cloudier elsewhere though, so not turning quite as chilly, but it's still going to be a fairly cold night on offer for all. We've currently got high pressure sat to the north of the country. That's bringing in a cold northerly flow of air, bringing us that risk of frost and ice overnight. So any showers across Scotland, Northern Ireland, northern parts of England, generally easing away. Plenty of clear skies here where we're likely to see that sharp frost by the time we reach the morning. Perhaps even some freezing fog patches and some icy stretches too, but much cloudier across central and southern areas, a slight breeze here, so it will still be a cold night, but it's not going to be turning quite as frosty. So to start the day on Tuesday, do take care if you're out and about early, likely to see a sharp frost and some icy stretches, still a few showers feeding into western parts too. Similar across Northern Ireland, plenty of clear skies here, so likely to see some frosty conditions, once again a risk of ice too. But elsewhere across central parts of England, southern England, parts of Wales too, more cloud here, so still a chilly start to the day, but not turning quite as frosty. And generally for many of us, it's going to be a largely settled day. Plenty of sunny spells, though still on the chilly side. We will start to see a bit of a change from the west, some cloud and outbreaks of rain moving into parts of Cornwall, and similar across western parts of Scotland, some outbreaks of rain here too. Heavy at times, and may even start to see some snow across higher levels too. But on the whole, a chilly day, highs of between 8 to 10 Celsius in the south. Heading into Wednesday, once again, rain clearing overnight, leaving a risk of ice, particularly across Scotland in the morning, but otherwise largely settled, plenty of sunshine, though once again we'll start to see cloud move in from the west, seeing some outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland, western parts of Scotland too, and it's fairly unsettled towards the end of the week, milder though, before it turns cold again into the weekend. Bye-bye.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed boilers, sponsors of
the latest GB News travel.
Good evening, I'm Johnny Ratner. There are long queues in the West Midlands on the M6 northbound. The outside lane on that four-lane stretch is coned off just after Spaghetti Junction. Junction 6 heading north of Birmingham following an accident causing long queues back to the M42 and back onto the A38 Aston Expressway out of Birmingham, which is queuing back towards Dartmouth Circus. Meanwhile, on the M11 heading north towards Cambridge, one lane's closed from junction 10 to 11 following an accident causing long queues back towards Duxford. The A1M in Hertfordshire is closed northbound from junction 8 to 9, the Stevenage-Letchworth stretch of the motorway, after a lorry left a spillage of oil this morning. And on the Hertfordshire stretch of the M25, the outside lanes closed clockwise of the A1M for recovery work after a van broke down. Two lanes are shut clockwise after the M40 following an accident. That's the latest.
You can stay up to date throughout the day by visiting our website, gbnews.com.
It's the biggest, greatest Great British giveaway so far, with your chance to win a spectacular £50,000 in tax-free cash. 2025 could be amazing, with plenty of treats, holidays and fun on the horizon. How would you enjoy that cash? £50,000 will make someone our biggest ever winner. For your chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment. This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory. Don't miss my big opinion. Mark Meets and my take at 10. Democracy is a funny old thing. And we don't do boring. Not on my watch. I just won't have it. Let's go and get another glass of that bubbly. You've earned it. That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
A very good evening. Listen to that celestial welcome there at 7 p.m. I'm Martin Dorby, standing in for the big man Nigel Farage on Farage Tonight. On tonight's show, the tech billionaire Elon Musk is rumoured to be prepared to spend $100 million on a donation to Reform UK to help Nigel Farage's path to number 10, should he do it. Next up, Europe in crisis. Is France's government about to fall? And will Germany abandon also the European project? And President Joe Biden pardons his embattled son Hunter, despite saying he would never do that. Is this the US justice system being used for political purposes? And Nigel Farage challenges the government over self-determination for the Chagos Islands. Are we witnessing a case of two-tiered territories? But first, it's time for your news, and here's Sophia Hill. In fact, actually, we're going to wait to get to the news. Look at this lovely Christmas tree. Look at my lovely panel. It's Gawain Towler and it's Nigel Nelson. We're going to have a great time tonight. That story about Elon Musk and the $100 million. What a cat amongst the pigeons moment. It's an absolute dynamite story. Will it ever happen? More to the point, will the Labour Party ever allow it to happen? As far as I'm concerned, I predicted this on November the 21st on this show when Elon Musk first tweeted, all of the political establishments in Britain will get crushed. What a night we've got ahead. That's coming. OK, we're talking. I've been told to keep talking. Gawain, let's bring you in. Let's talk about Elon Musk. Elon Musk. Now, you're connected to the party, or you certainly have your finger in the pie. Is it going to happen?
I don't think it's going to happen today.
Here is your news headlines. We'll have more in a minute.
A
Very good evening. It's just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Sphere Hill with your latest headlines from the GB Newsroom. Some breaking news in the last half hour. Queen Camilla will miss the ceremonial welcome for the Emir of the State of Qatar and Her Highness Sheikha Jawahar tomorrow. GB News understands there have been no alteration in a diagnosis or any treatment being received, and Her Majesty just needs time to rest with lingering side effects of a chest infection. The Emir of the State of Qatar and his wife arrived at Stansted Airport earlier today ahead of a two-day state visit hosted by King Charles in London. The Qatari head of state will be treated to a carriage procession up the Mall and a state banquet in Buckingham Palace's Grand Ballroom. Full coverage on GB News throughout the visit. Now, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has claimed the Tories' Rwanda plan did not stop a single boat, claiming the scheme cost £700 million of taxpayers' money. She went on to say the deterrent did not result in a single deportation or stop a single boat crossing the channel, branding the whole thing a grotesque waste of money. But Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp claims the Rwanda scheme would have been an effective deterrent if allowed to go ahead.
The Labour government, after it was elected, cancelled that deterrent. They cancelled that Rwanda deterrent before it had even started. And had that flight taken off as planned, we would not have seen the 64% increase that we have seen since the election, exactly as the National Crime Agency foresaw. But it's not just me, it's not just the National Crime Agency. Even Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, has called for European member states to implement an offshore processing scheme.
Now, Greg Wallace has apologised for any offence that he caused after posting a video saying complaints about his behaviour came from a handful of middle-class women of a certain age. Downing Street's labelled the comments as inappropriate and misogynistic, and Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy has raised the issue with BBC bosses. The corporation's under fire about claims senior management were warned about Wallace's alleged behaviour 4 times. The BBC said it takes any issues that are raised with us seriously, and we have robust processes in place to deal with them. Meanwhile, Greg Wallace's lawyer says it is entirely false that he engages in behaviour of a sexually harassing nature.
I wasn't in a good headspace when I posted it. I've been under a huge amount of stress, a lot of emotion. I felt very alone, under siege yesterday when I posted it. It's obvious to me I need to take some time out.
And to end, travel disruption could be on the way, with Met Office warning icy stretches and some dense freezing fog this week. Temperatures could plunge to as low as -8 degrees Celsius after a pretty mild weekend, with tonight expected to be the coldest night of the week. Parts of Scotland over high ground are expected to reach the lowest of temperatures. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sphere Hill. Now it's back to Martin.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
And welcome back to Farage and me, Martin Dorby, covering For the Big Man. Now, here's one for you. Tech billionaire Elon Musk is rumoured to be preparing a $100 million donation to Reform UK, aiming to help Nigel Farage's path to number 10. In fact, he could rocket boost it. And this wouldn't be Musk's first foray into British politics, of course. The Tesla CEO has previously taken aim at Sir Keir Starmer, criticising his response to the summer riots and also his stance on free speech. If the reports hold true, this substantial funding could deal a devastating blow to the Conservative Party. And earlier on GB News, Nigel Farage responded to these rumours.
I have literally no idea about this at all. What I do know is that Elon Musk is very supportive of me, what I'm trying to do, and he thinks that if Reform do well in the UK, we can bring about the same kind of change that he intends to do with Donald Trump in America. All of that is true. Yes, he is very supportive, but honestly, this idea of huge sums of money, well, let's put it like this, it hasn't been discussed with me.
Well, last month I spoke on my programme about the possibility of Elon Musk getting stuck into UK politics, citing his fond relationship with Nigel Farage and what this could mean for the future of Reform UK. Take a listen to Mystic Martin. Musk shared an image of Keir Starmer's plummeting approval ratings with the prediction that all establishment parties in the UK will get crushed in the next election. Might the UK be his next target? Who's now is friends with Nigel Farage. Elon Musk has been very, very outspoken of his disdain for our Prime Minister Keir Starmer over Southport, over free speech arrests. He called him two-tier Keir, over the farmers' protests, over the Alison Pearson incident. Putting all these dots together, could Britain be suddenly a new project for Elon Musk? Well, should such an intervention occur, what form would it take? Well, with stringent rules around donations to UK political parties and previous accusations of Labour interfering in the US election after busing activists to campaign in key states. How would Musk get around this? Well, his father spoke to GB News yesterday on Nana Akuya's show and suggested this.
Good idea. If it's not something he's not allowed to do, I would say as a private person, maybe he's allowed to do that, you know. I'm eligible for British citizenship, so is he, I suppose. I think, though, that the thing that's stopping Farage from moving ahead is money, then he should get money so that he can move ahead.
Oh, it's going to get heads rotating, this one. And as Nigel Farage reveals, he knows nothing of such a financial boost from Mr Musk. Where do Reform UK stand on the prospect? Well, their deputy leader, Richard Tice, seems to be embracing the idea with open arms.
Supporter of what Reform is standing for. He's tweeted quite rightly against the failings of the Prime Minister. He stands up for free speech. His political instincts are absolutely bang on. Anybody who wants to look at donating to Reform, who shares our values, that's a fantastic. As long as it's legally declared by a legal entity, of course, we wouldn't turn it down. And would a significant sum help put Reform into running the government? Yes.
Well, are we about to see a major Musk intervention in British politics? Has Christmas come early for Reform UK? Would indeed it be the right thing to do? So tonight, I'm asking you the big question. Should Elon Musk, the tech billionaire, donate $100 million to Nigel Farage's Reform UK? You can tweet #Farage on GB News or email farage@gbnews.com. Now, let's get stuck into this topic with our panel. And tonight is the former spokesman for Reform UK, Gawain Towler, and also GB News' senior political commentator, Nigel Nelson. Gents, welcome to the show. Gawain, I'm duty-bound to start with you. It's a delicious rumour. It's certainly getting tongues wagging. It's put the cat amongst the pigeons. Is it going to happen likely, do you think?
I don't think it's going to happen today. But I think that the rumour itself might make it so, in the sense that I bet Musk hadn't the first idea about this until he read about it in the Times on Sunday. However, it's that he has the sort of mischievous mind that thinks, you know what, if I could make a difference, maybe it's worth it. And through his legal entities, his businesses in this country, he does have the right to donate. Now, I do think that this government will desperately come up with some regulation, some statutory instrument or something to stop it happening. That would go, oh, my God, no. Please, no, can't have that happening. So I wouldn't be at all surprised in the next 6 months or so we see a new law banning foreign-owned companies from donating to British politics, just to stymie something before it's even happened, before even Musk has considered it properly. Look, British politics is very different from American politics. The sheer scale of funding in America is
a lot cheaper in Britain.
Dwarfs what goes on in the UK. And frankly, I mean, I no longer work for Reform, so I have no vested interest in this money arriving. Curses. However, I think that the way things are set up at present, the way that corporate interest is set up, the way that trade unions are set up, the way that the major parties have got almost guaranteed funding to a certain extent, whereas insurgent parties like Reform do not. We rely on our membership. Now, 100,000 is a great number, but it's still beans in comparison to what the big parties get. So this sort of rumour, not only is it entertaining because it sends the willies up the Tory party and Labour, but also it might shake a few serious UK donors to think, you know what, I will do it.
But isn't this the sort of foreign intervention that got people like you, people like Nigel Farage, frothing at the mouth about foreign intervention? Barack Obama, you'd be at the back of the queue. Keir Starmer sending people to help Kamala Harris.
I love Gina Miller, that philanthropist and political campaigner, complaining about this story after she received, I think her operation received up to 600,000 from George Soros's operation. Look, hypocrisy is something that the British do very, very well indeed, and I see a great deal of hypocrisy going on right now. Should a foreign... Well, Personally, I'm not entirely sure, and as I say, seeing as I'm not going to gain anything from it, I could be honest.
OK, Nigel Nelson, let's bring you in at this point. It certainly has put the cat amongst the pigeons, and Errol Musk, Elon Musk's father, said he could quite easily claim British citizenship, dual nationality. His mother was born in Liverpool, so that could be a way around it. Do you think that Gawain's right? There'll be a frenzied clamping down on anything like this, because $100 million, let's face it, is an absolute game changer for British politics.
Small change for Elon Musk, of course. I mean, under the rules at the moment, he can easily do it. He just does it through the British arm of his company. It's straightforward. I think it would be very difficult to actually stop that, and the implications of stopping that is obviously any other foreign donor wouldn't be able to give. Whether he should or not, I mean, I think that Elon Musk should butt out of British politics, and especially...
Did you say that when Barack Obama came over and banged on about Brexit? I suspect you didn't.
Well, I mean, the whole thing about I mean, the same thing applies to Barack Obama, yeah. I mean, that people... Elon Musk is in a slightly different situation. He's criticising the current government fairly constantly on X, and he's also got an official position in the new Trump administration. That, I think, should rule him out from starting to meddle in what happens over here.
But, as you said, if he puts the money into a corporation or to his father, he would be effectively legally once removed from the whole situation.
But I correct me if I'm wrong. I understand his position in the American government is for a year. It's very much time limited.
So that'd be over by the time we get towards our electoral cycle.
So therefore, he'd be out of Doge or whatever it is. His American appointments, the American government appointments. So at that point, when he is no longer a formal representative of the American government, that changes your point of view, I take it.
Well, I mean, in the sense that he's been part of the Trump administration, no, it doesn't. I don't think that Musk should at all, even in his present position, get himself involved in British politics.
But what he's already done, and Musk spent and lost a huge sum of money buying Twitter, X, in order to even the playing field in social media, where social media has largely been preserved of the left, and he basically stood in... Come on, Meta. Bill Gates is so much more powerful. Bill Gates is swooping into number 10. Bill Gates is chatting away with Starmer, but that's fine. But the whole
the whole point of say, Twitter, well, I prefer to call it Twitter than X anyway, the whole point was it was an open forum for everyone to have a go.
It still is.
Yes,
just because the left has disappeared off to
we then have the owner of it then interfering, and wrongly sometimes, by saying things like, oh, the Falklands going to be used as a detention camp for rioters, which was absolute nonsense.
Entertaining, but rubbish.
Which he retracted, in fairness.
One of the things that I think Trump said in the last week, and I actually followed Trump for the first time about a week ago, because I never have, but one of the things he said last week was that he encourages chief executives, politicians, all the rest, to do their own Twitter. And he made this point: sometimes you'll make a mess of it, but it's better to be authentic. And Trump, and the whole point about Twitter, as we all know, is that there is much hyperbole. There's half of Musk's tweets, posts, X, are space, memes, taking the mick, and then politics.
Well, it's also that's irresponsible, isn't it?
Yeah, but
no, it's not irresponsible. It's being human.
If you're the owner, he's not an ordinary Joe from the backwoods of America. He's the richest man in the world.
We're getting sidetracked by X or Twitter. Nobody wins elections on Twitter. If they did, Corbyn would have been Prime Minister, would still be in the European Union. Hillary Clinton would have won the last presidential election. The real game is won on the ground, and that costs a lot of money. It costs teams, it costs organisation. Back to the $100 million. If that came in, it would be the biggest donation ever to British politics. It would dwarf anything by the Conservatives, and it could potentially, absolutely be a game changer. That's why, do you think the Labour Party will rewrite the rules to try and stop it?
No, I don't, because I don't see how you can rewrite the rules to go and particularly stop that. I would like to see new rules whereby there aren't any foreign donations, but very difficult if you've got a British arm of a company.
Well, why not just say that any American-owned or foreign-owned company is no longer allowed to? I'm sure the Russians would be any foreign-owned company. The Russians and the Tories would be very upset if we did that.
I think the Tories would.
But I mean, the point is, okay, so UK-based firms that make money here, pay taxes here, can't be involved, employ here. can't be involved in British politics. I think we couldn't have that. I mean,
that's why I think it won't change.
Okay,
I think
gentlemen, quickly to wrap up, do you think, in a word, it's going to happen, yes or no?
I think it just might.
No.
No, I think it will. That's 2-1. There we go. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now, coming up next, Europe in crisis. Is France's government about to fall? And will Germany abandon the European project? That's next.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Australian chef David Thompson is opening a new restaurant, Long Chim. The name, which translates roughly as come and try, already has locations in Sydney, Perth and Dubai, and previously operated in Melbourne and Singapore. It marks a return to London for Thompson, whose Belgravia haunt Naarm closed in 2012. But that earned him accolades, including in 2002, the first Michelin star awarded to a Thai restaurant. So you've mentioned Bangkok there. What is your love for Thai food? Describe to us why you think Thai food is such a great cuisine.
It's endlessly complex and satisfying. It just resonates on the palate. For me, as a cook, it offers a challenge. And the way that you cook it is you chase taste. You don't follow a recipe, you follow your sense of taste. And so with all these dishes that you'll taste today, but also in the restaurant that we're opening, it's all about a sequence of taste and seasoning that has some balance.
What is this dish?
This is something called gengari gung, which is an aromatic curry of prawns.
Lovely looking prawns, yes.
They're not too bad. And it's with something strange called water bamboo, which we found up in Chinatown just the other day. And it's a perfect accompaniment. I'll just take a little.
Yes. Describe that perfect accompaniment to me again. Water
bamboo.
What is it? Water bamboo, yeah.
And you would not know of it, because I didn't know of it that much either. And it tastes like a little bit of like young coconut meat. So it's perfect with these prawns and this curry. And what you need to have with this curry, because this is the way that Thai food works, an interplay of flavours. This little cucumber salad on the side, and that helps to bring out the spice and the sweetness and the savoury quality.
I must say, all of this looks so lovely.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Nightmare commute? Kick it up a gear with GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+ and on the GB News app. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player apps. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with GB News Radio. We are the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Fan Oils with me, Martin Daubin. Now, before the break, we asked you, should Elon Musk donate that's $100 million to Nigel Farage's Reform UK? John says this, yes, absolutely. It's brilliant that the Musk family are entitled to UK citizenship, but it can't be the corporate route. And Tim says this, as long as it is transparent and is not used for Reform Party purposes, well, it would be, but it's put into a fund that is used to benefit the British public, e.g. covering legal costs for deporting illegal immigrants, then why not? I don't think that would happen, Tim, but I see you thinking. And let's move on now to our next story, because across Europe, it seems right-wing movements are flexing their political muscles, shaking the European Union's foundational ideals. In Germany, the Alternative for Deutschland AfD party is campaigning on a radical platform to leave the European Union, scrap the euro and exit the Paris climate deal as it prepares for early elections in February 2025. And meanwhile, in France, the Prime Minister, Michel Barnier, my old sparring partner, his government is teetering on the brink of collapse after pushing through a contentious budget without a parliamentary vote. Marine Le Pen's National Rally has vowed to bring down the government unless its demands for more concessions, including cuts to France's EU contributions, are met. Now, is the growing influence of the right wing a looming threat to the European project? Well, joining me from Germany is the former Alternative for Germany AfD MEP Lars Patrick Berg. Welcome to the show, Lars. Always a pleasure to have your company. So France teetering on the brink, and a couple of weeks ago, the coalition went into meltdown in Germany. Might that trigger an early election in Germany? Tell us the latest.
It will certainly trigger an early election. Good evening, Martin. But I'm convinced that Germany won't leave the European Union. This would be a disaster for the German industry and for the German people. And therefore, I think AfD is very, very cautious to not put this on the agenda too much upfront to the snap elections that are going to be held in February next year.
But Lars, isn't it the case that Germany's economy is already in crisis, and the reason that the coalition started to fall apart was because of punishing net zero targets? Particularly the German car industry is absolutely being shafted. Volkswagen, Mercedes, BMW are pleading for less punishment in terms of electric vehicle sales, and that's before Donald Trump comes into power with the prospect of tariffs. Is it fair to say that net zero is turning into a disaster for German industry?
Well, it is correct. And of course, internal problems were also made, especially within the large corporations in the automotive industry and the car manufacturers in regards to electric vehicles. But nevertheless, it will not be a key issue to leave the European Union, and it would be a disaster for the automotive industry as well.
Okay, and Lars, I saw some astonishing figures a couple of weeks ago. The German government released figures showing that 63% of all unemployment benefits are of foreign origin, meaning either people born directly abroad or first-generation children of those born abroad. That's an astonishing figure. 2/3 of the entire unemployment benefits budget from outside of Germany. That in itself must be making voters ask a lot of questions about how money is being spent. This is billions and billions of euros every single year.
That is correct. That is crazy politics, and the electorate isn't going to put up with this much longer. That billions of euros are going to be being transferred to third-party countries. And a lot of people who are really trying to put up to the rising cost of living are getting very, very angry about this specific issue and mass migration that is still ongoing.
And Lars, of course, we also have seen some horrendous terrorist attacks, some killings of policemen, and the astonishing situation now, the Germans, the tolerant, welcoming, liberal Germans, are deporting Afghani criminals back to the Taliban.
Well, this is ridiculous indeed, and there needs to be a complete shift of politics, especially in the field of migration, because this is driving the German society apart. It is polarizing the German society, and not even the Christian Democrats have been willing so far to change these crazy politics. This is really ridiculous.
Yeah, we need a huge reset by the sounds of it. Thanks very much for joining us. That's the former AfD MEP, that's Lars Patrick Berg. Thanks for joining us on the show. Absolutely superb. Thank you. Now, during Advent, as we count down to Christmas Day, we're hearing from church ministers across the country, and each day they have a special message for you to celebrate the festive season. Take a look.
The GB News Advent Calendar. Day 2.
My name's Marcus. I'm a priest in the Church of England. Imagine trying to walk through a room that is completely dark. As you try and feel your way around, you're bumping into things, tripping over things, and making a complete mess in the process. Without light, we cannot see the truth about things. We end up getting confused, disorientated, and lost in the dark. Maybe this is how you feel in a spiritual sort of sense. When we are spiritually in the dark, we don't know who we are, where we are from or where we are going. Evil becomes good and good becomes evil. As we approach Christmas and all the Christmas lights go up, a light has dawned in the darkness. With the birth of Jesus Christ, he came to earth to shed a light on the truth about God and about life, which means we no longer have to walk in darkness. Jesus tells us in John chapter 8, verse 12, I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never have to walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. This is Emmanuel, God with us.
Isn't that just magnificent? Gawain Tanner there, very much admiring the church structure. Wonderful, wonderful stuff, rousing stuff. And don't forget, you can see all of our special Advent messages as Christmas approaches by going to gbnews.com/Advent. And a very, very Merry Christmas, one and all. Now, coming up next, President Joe Biden pardons his embattled son Hunter, despite saying he would never, ever do that. Is this the US justice system being used once again for political purposes? That's next.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. Turning very cold overnight in northern areas with a sharp frost and a risk of ice. Cloudier elsewhere though, so not turning quite as chilly, but it's still going to be a fairly cold night on offer for all. We've currently got high pressure sat to the north of the country. That's bringing in a cold northerly flow of air, bringing us that risk of frost and ice overnight. So any showers across Scotland, Northern Ireland, northern parts of England, generally easing away. Plenty of clear skies here where we're likely to see that sharp frost by the time we reach the morning. Perhaps even some freezing fog patches and some icy stretches too, but much cloudier across central and southern areas, a slight breeze here, so it will still be a cold night, but it's not going to be turning quite as frosty. So to start the day on Tuesday, do take care if you're out and about early, likely to see a sharp frost and some icy stretches, still a few showers feeding into western parts too. Similar across Northern Ireland, plenty of clear skies here, so likely to see some frosty conditions, once again a risk of ice too. But elsewhere across central parts of England, southern England, parts of Wales too, more cloud here, so still a chilly start to the day, but not turning quite as frosty. And generally for many of us, it's going to be a largely settled day. Plenty of sunny spells, though still on the chilly side. We will start to see a bit of a change from the west, some cloud and outbreaks of rain moving into parts of Cornwall, and similar across western parts of Scotland, some outbreaks of rain here too. Heavy at times, and may even start to see some snow across higher levels too. But on the whole, a chilly day, highs of between 8 to 10 Celsius in the south. Heading into Wednesday, once again, rain clearing overnight, leaving a risk of ice, particularly across Scotland in the morning, but otherwise largely settled, plenty of sunshine, though once again we'll start to see cloud move in from the west, seeing some outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland, western parts of Scotland too, and it's fairly unsettled towards the end of the week, milder though, before it turns cold again into the weekend. Bye-bye.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, back to Farage and me, Martin Dorby, standing in for the big man. Now, President Joe Biden has issued an official pardon for his son Hunter, saying he was unfairly prosecuted. Hunter Biden was set to face sentencing this month on gun and tax convictions. He pleaded guilty to tax charges earlier in September and was found guilty of being an illegal drug user in possession of a gun back in June. Now, President Biden said in a statement last night that politics has infected this process. And US President-elect Donald Trump has called the pardon an abuse and miscarriage of justice after seeming to predict this earlier this year.
If you are president again, in the name of unity, would you consider pardoning Hunter Biden?
What they've done is use the FBI and they've used the Department of Injustice to go after their political opponent. And the answer is no, I don't want to do that. But I could have done it with Hillary, and certainly you do it with Hunter or whatever, but I don't want to do it with Hunter either. And I'll bet you the father probably pardons him. Let's see what happens.
So there you go. Donald Trump predicted this would happen, and he said he wouldn't go after Hunter Biden if he were elected. Now, can Joe Biden really claim that his son's was a political prosecution after what Donald Trump has been through? Well, joining me now to discuss this is US political analyst Eric Ham. Eric, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to have your company. Isn't this rank and gross and abject hypocrisy? Joe Biden said he would never do this, and he's only gone and done it.
Yeah, that's right. And quite frankly, I thought it was a head scratcher that President Biden actually said early on that he would not, in fact, pardon his son. We knew that there was the likelihood that he would be convicted of these charges, and we found that he was. And now President Biden is saying that this was all politically motivated, which certainly it was, and that's why he has done this. But I think this is more about what President Biden thinks about his own Justice Department being led by Merrick Garland. And I think that's something that's not getting the attention that it should, because clearly I think what President Biden was saying is that his Justice Department should have never actually prosecuted his son. And now that they went ahead and did it, he's actually going to undo the conviction by pardoning him.
Isn't there something else at play here, though, Eric? And it's the pardon mysteriously goes back to 2014. Now, the allegations in question here go back to 2016, 2017. But the 2014 years, of course, was when Hunter was in Ukraine, when there were all allegations about the involvement of that oil money. And that would have dragged Joe Biden under the microscope. Is this pardon not just a pardon for Hunter, but a pardon also for Joe Biden himself?
No.
That's it. No. A lot of people are saying that could be the case. It's a cover for himself.
No. I mean,
simple no.
You're trying to build something that simply isn't there to be built upon. So no.
Well, a lot of people are saying that
a lot of people like who? I mean, we certainly haven't heard it from any law enforcement agency. I think these are just Republican talking points. And I think what we see here is even if you look at what Hunter Biden was actually convicted of, most people outside of the name Biden have actually been given either a time served or have simply pled out for a case like this. And I think what we're seeing here is, again, Joe Biden's own Justice Department simply caved to the political pressure from congressional Republican lawmakers, as well as Donald Trump, who at the time was a presidential candidate, and of course decided to take this case to trial, which they were successful in getting a conviction. And now I think what we're seeing here is Joe Biden is actually putting his finger on the scale of justice by actually offering this pardon to his son. Now, I think if there wants to be an argument that Joe Biden is now actually has struck a blow to democracy, that's certainly an argument that can be made. But to try to drag this back into something about what happened in 2014, that's just a bridge too far.
Well, Eric Ham, how about bridge too far being somebody who's always put themselves on a higher moral plinth? This is the kind of thing that only people like Donald Trump would do. Suddenly, those scales of justice, as you said, have just been leaned on by Joe Biden. Is it a tawdry footnote to his political career?
Oh, well, certainly, I think there is going to be and I think this is a big question for the United States going forward, because now you've got President Biden, who has issued this pardon for his son. And also the United States bills itself, particularly when it's talking to both its allies and its enemies, that it is a nation of laws, that it subjects itself, its citizenry subjects itself to these laws. And what we're seeing here is Joe Biden is now extricating his son from those laws, and very much in the same manner we see President Trump, President-elect Trump, not being held to account. And so I think this is, when you put both of these together, I think this is, going to be very difficult, a very hard sell for the United States when talking to its allies and its enemies about democracy and the benefits of democracy when you look at what's transpired and what Joe Biden did, as well as what we see from President-elect Donald Trump.
Excellent stuff. Thanks for joining us there, Eric Ham, US political analyst. And yeah, wouldn't be drawn on 2014, but let's go to my panel now. Gawain Towler, the former spokesperson for Reform UK, and of course Nigel Nelson, GB News' senior political commentator. Nigel, going to start with you. Worth pointing out that practically every president in the history of the United States has gone for these pardons. I think only 2 haven't, and one of them was assassinated. So it is relatively normal, but the legacy issue remains. This is precisely the kind of thing that Biden said he would never do. And look, he's finally he's just as bad as the rest of them.
Yeah, it's wrong. I mean, it's as simple as that. It's the wrong thing to do. What it does mean is that we're pretty lucky in Britain to have a constitutional monarchy and a non-political head of state. A political head of state can do what they like, which is what Biden is showing here. And I think the worst thing for America is it shows that head of state has no trust in his own justice system.
Gawain, what do you think about this as a final bowing out from Joe Biden? It's a tawdry affair.
To me, it's medieval. It's utterly medieval. As Mr. Hahn was saying, it raises huge questions over the rule of law. It raises huge questions over equality and justice, that individuals are treated the same way by the law. The justice is blind, the putting fingers on the balances and all the rest of it. This is a huge, huge issue for how people see themselves and how they see their own nations as a place of equality, of decency, and of the rule of law. But as I say, this thing about what I find astonishing about this pardon is it doesn't just pardon him for the things we know he's done. It pardons him for things we haven't the first idea about that may happen, may be discovered later. It is like the Crusaders being given an indulgence that they can go off and rob and steal and murder over a period of time because God has given the clearance. Well, Biden has acted like God and given his own son. And you talk about every single president up until now. I don't recall, apart from the pardon for Jared Kushner's father, perhaps, but normally this is for felons and criminals, but not actually the son of the president.
Yeah.
This is medieval.
And that's a bridge too far for many. Gawain, Nigel, thank you very much. Now let's move on to the next section of the show for tonight. It's What the Farage Moment. Check this out. A newly disclosed NHS training scenario uncovered and exposed by this man, Gawain Towler, on X. It asks staff to assess a potential safeguarding risk for a newborn baby based on the presence of extreme right-wing political material in the parent's home. The guidance instructs midwives to consider intervention or escalate the matter to safeguarding teams, with new NHS waiting lists topping 7 million people and constant accusations of chronic underfunding. I'm asking, is this a good use of NHS resources, or does it tread dangerously close to government-sponsored surveillance? Let's go back to our panel now. Gawain, you unearthed this. Talk viewers through what the questions say and what you think is the correct answer they want to hear.
Well, I think it is a scenario. It's a make-weight scenario. It's one of these online training documents, modules where you tick a box and then do a training. It takes you 20 minutes and tick all any questions. But it becomes very clear with this question, it must be something to do through the Prevent programme.
It is.
And it is not just the NHS, it is across
so it
the public sector.
If you see a membership card of a far-right political organisation in the home...
If a midwife goes there and is checking out the health of the child, they also should be checking out the political health of the family. And that, I think, is deeply concerning. It doesn't matter. Why? Look, I hold no candle for the far right or the far left. And I wouldn't care if it was somebody from Hope Not Hate or Antifa. If they're looking after the child, that's all that matters for a midwife. And so it should be. Are we saying that somebody from a political perspective, not mine or somebody else's, should not receive equal treatment by the NHS?
It doesn't say that. I mean,
but why would they be flagging it? I'll give you an example. In 2016, during the referendum, a schoolboy was seen twice to research UKIP on his school computer. Prevent were called. He was interviewed by the police as a possible radicalisation threat.
Well, why don't we stick
so
to
this
stick
is what
to this
happened under
question?
Prevent.
The training that people involved in safeguarding or Prevent get is to report any kind of extremism they come across. So this would equally apply if they found a Communist Party membership card on the table.
But it doesn't ask that question. It's always the right.
Because this is purely a generic question,
yes, it's
and they're using
all in the same direction.
and what they're using is an easily understood scenario to say, right, what do you do next? It doesn't mean they take the baby away. It doesn't mean those parents are unfit. What it means is that under the safeguarding rules,
you should report them. Dress them up.
You should report. You should report it up. I mean, obviously, if you found a Tory membership card there and you then reported that, someone would say, "Don't be silly." But if you find one from the Ku Klux Klan,
do you not remember?
You might then say, "Well, hang on, perhaps we'll look at this again."
Isn't that the point? What is far right? For example, if they saw you're a member,
it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It doesn't
matter because if the midwife decides that reform is far right, they're going to encourage the midwife to grass the parents up.
They're not being grassed up. All you're doing is passing it further up.
2014, a couple who had been foster parents.
Don't go back into history.
No.
Stick
I'm
to
talking
this
about
particular.
evidence. You're saying this doesn't matter.
No. What I'm saying is that
but it does matter. Children would take
given the options.
Social services removed foster children from a foster family because they were UKIP members. Meanwhile,
I know
they
that
were
you're going
ignoring
back onto history.
Rape.
I'm talking about this questionnaire, and that was the right answer.
But this is indicative of. The right answer was clearly report up.
No, well, it was the right answer. Yes, you should.
The right answer is none of my damn business.
It is in your business. You accept on your Twitter feed that if they'd found some evidence of a religious problem to do with female genital mutilation, you would report that upstairs.
Yes, FGM. Yes.
Yes. Well, that's the point.
Because that's illegal.
No, but tell me what far-right organisation has, as part of its way of being, mistreating children.
We're not trying to compare the two things.
It doesn't mean we have evidence that children were removed from UKIP supporting foster parents.
You're going back over history. We're talking about this questionnaire.
Hard evidence.
And is the right thing to do? Safeguarding is so important.
Safeguarding is important.
Is the right thing to do if there is a suspicion?
If the child is healthy, why do you care about the politics of the parents?
It doesn't mean that the child will be taken away. What it means is...
Why is it the business of the NHS to know the politics of the parents?
Because as safeguarding or prevent,
if
you see extremism of any sort, what you then do is you ask for advice.
But they're not asking for extremism of any sort. They're saying, are they far right? They wouldn't say, are they radical Islam?
That's an indicative question. It could have been...
Are they far right? It never is. It's always the right.
It could have been communist. It could have been a member of the Communist Party.
Why would I care about the communists? They look after their babies too.
If you're asking a simple indicative question, much easier to use the far right who've been responsible for violence recently. Who've been responsible for violence recently, whereas the Communist Party hasn't.
According to MI6, 75% of all threats are Islamic, not far right.
Yeah.
So why not be indicative about Islam?
It would apply to any Islamist literature.
But it would never say that. That's the point.
Say that.
But if you just have an indicative question...
The NHS, Nigel, you know damn sure as much would never say, if you spotted signs of radical Islam in a household, would you report it?
But that is covered as well. I mean, you could turn around and say that, in fact, this question is actually saying people called Thomas and Jenny are more likely to be child abusers because they're named in the question.
But no, hold on.
Okay, gentlemen, we have the call time. We've run out of oxygen on this one. Excellent debate. Thank you very much. Now, we do have a spokesperson from the NHS. A statement said this. This is important training as part of the government's statutory prevent duty. There we go. Aimed at preventing terrorism and safeguarding those susceptible to radicalisation. But as the point was made there, only, it seems, from the far right. Now, coming up next, Nigel Farage challenges the government over self-determination for the Chagos Islands. Are we witnessing a case of two-tier territories? That's next.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
In 2020, after almost 80 years, Oxford University's Pitt Rivers Museum removed its famous collection of shrunken heads with sewn-up lips and eyes made by the South American Shuar and Ashwar people. How do museums decide what should be shown and what should be confined to storage? Can controversial exhibits be left on display with suitable contextualisation in captions? Who would want to be a curator facing such controversial questions? For review, I'm delighted to be joined by journalist Eitan Smallman. Welcome to GB News. I think many people, when they hear that we're going to discuss museums or art galleries, think that it's going to be, oh, that wokery question. But it strikes me, and I think it strikes you too, that this is not just about wokery at all. There are some really interesting ethical questions here. For example, I mean, let's start with this one, and there are several examples of it. Should we be displaying human bodies, the remains of human beings? Should we be displaying them in museums?
Absolutely. It's not just the usual suspects, young snowflakes, who are objecting to these things. They're just naturally cultural shifts, and people of all ages and all political persuasions may feel uneasy about displaying human remains of any kind, especially human remains that have been taken against the will of the communities or taken violently. Hilary Mantel led a campaign to remove a 7-foot 7-inch skeleton of Charles Byrne, known as the Irish Giant, from the Hunterian Museum. He had specifically said that he didn't want to be displayed and didn't want to be taken by anatomists, and yet was displayed for a couple of hundred years until a couple of years ago. He hasn't had the burial he requested, but he's no longer on public display.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Weekdays on GB News. Wake up to breakfast every day from 6 a.m. Followed by Britain's newsroom at 9:30. At noon, it's Good Afternoon Britain. Followed by Martin Daubney from 3 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Fan Farage with me, Martin Daubney, covering for Nigel Farage. Now, the row of the Chagos Islands continues to be a headache for this government, as that man Nigel Farage accuses the government of double standards after ministers promised self-determination to the Falkland Islands. The Reform UK leader also passed on concerns from the incoming US Republican administration about that Chagos deal. Let's take a listen.
I have been contacted by very senior officials and advisors from the incoming Republican administration, and every single one of them is appalled at this deal. Hasn't the time come for the government to admit this is a rotten deal for the UK, a rotten deal for America, and an even worse deal for the Chagosians? Why not have a referendum of the Chagosians and ask them to settle who should have sovereignty over those islands?
Yeah. They know that was go 52-48, and the Minister Luke Pollard for Armed Forces insisted that the deal has made progress and will not impact the UK-US base on the islands, but also will have longevity and security for decades to come. Well, will Starmer's Chagos deal be torpedoed by that man, Donald Trump? Let's go to my panel. Gawain Towler, former spokesman for Reform UK, and Nigel Nelson, GB News' senior political commentator, and hoping interview, as usual, Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg. Gentlemen, first I'll come to you. So, Gawain, let's start with you. He shouted loudest in the last one. You can go first this time. You think this deal will get torpedoed by Trump when he comes in? Because Nigel Farage there pointing out it's a terrible deal for the UK and for the USA.
I think the most important thing that Nigel said today was to bring in the Chagosians and say the Chagosians should have a right of a say over their own future. And this is something that is new in this debate. At least obviously, Chagosians have been wanting it for a long time, but it is new in the debate in the public sphere. And it puts the government on the spot. And that it can only be a good thing. The Chagosian people have been... Only last week, you had the British Overseas Territories having their conference here. Everybody apart from them. You had the government welcoming them all. All the flags are in Parliament Square of all those lovely flags, including that great wavy one for the British Indian overseas
And Nigel
territory.
Nelson, isn't that a point? You know, so far the position of the Starmer regime has been, it's the poor, oppressed Chagosians. They were devastated by the British. It's only natural to let them be governed by Mauritius, but nobody's asked them.
Well, I mean, I think they should have been involved in negotiations, although very difficult because there's so many different groups of them to actually join a negotiation. What they have got is resettlement back to their own home again as a result of this deal. So that's something. I don't think that Nigel Farage is right to compare that to the Falklands.
Only under the terms of not saying they're Chagosian, but saying they're Mauritian under the threat of a 10-year jail sentence. That's hardly, you can come home.
Well, no, I mean, they would be, if this treaty goes through, we haven't seen the details yet, and the new Mauritius government may well scupper it. We haven't seen the details, but the idea is they can go home. A referendum about who they want to have sovereignty over the islands is not practical, as some of them live in the Seychelles, some live in Mauritius, 3,000 over here, and it's not comparable with the Falklands because nobody lives there.
There was a vote for the Chancellor of the University of Oxford last week. And the voters came from all over the world because they once went to university at Oxford. Tens of thousands of people had the right to vote. And they were in Australia, they were in Canada, in Africa, they were in China. They were all over the place. And yet they were able to organise a referendum. So it cannot be on the wit of man to organise a referendum of the people of the Chagos.
OK, that point I'd like to bring us to Jacob Rees-Mogg. Do you think there's a good point by Nigel Farage? There should be a referendum on this?
Well, I think it's British territory and we shouldn't be giving it up. I think it's much simpler than that, and that it's an important strategic area. And the minister made, to my mind, a fundamental error. He said that the new situation would be more secure. Now, anyone who has a freehold knows that a freehold is more secure than a leasehold. His Majesty's government is exchanging a freehold for a leasehold. That is axiomatically less secure.
OK. So, Jacob, it's State of the Nation up next. You've got a quick minute. What's on your menu, sir?
Well, I've got Fraser Nelson coming in, former editor of The Spectator, to talk about this extraordinary state of affairs in our welfare benefit system, where you can be £3,000 a year better off on incapacity benefits than you can be working on the minimum wage. And this gives people a real incentive not to look for work. Nobody in his right mind would look for work and lose money. Work ought always to pay, but that means that benefits shouldn't give people an incentive to make a lifestyle choice when they don't necessarily have the illnesses that they may have had before.
And is it Grimsby, I believe, that's now the benefits capital of Britain, which is so abandoned by the fishing industry and all the rest of it? What else is on your menu, sir?
Well, what else are we going to do? Well, John Bolton's coming in, a very significant figure in the first Trump administration, so he's going to be talking about all things Trumpian, probably no doubt including the Chagos Islands and the relationship with the British government. And we've got Michael Ellis coming in to talk about the International Criminal Court. And, really worryingly, news in today's papers saying that jury trials may be under threat in the name of efficiency. If it's a choice between justice and efficiency, I'd always back justice.
OK, it's Jacob Rees-Mogg is next. State of the Nation. Thank you to my panel, Gawain Towler and Nigel Nelson. I'll be back tomorrow, 3 till 6 p.m. Thank you for joining in tonight with Nigel Farage, with me, Martin Dorbley. Lively, I think was the word I'd use. Gentlemen, thank you very much, and I'll see you tomorrow. All the best. Cheers.
Despite the morning rain, it'll be a nice, warm, cosy day ahead. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. Turning very cold overnight in northern areas with a sharp frost and a risk of ice. Cloudier elsewhere though, so not turning quite as chilly, but it's still going to be a fairly cold night on offer for all. We've currently got high pressure sat to the north of the country. That's bringing in a cold northerly flow of air, bringing us that risk of frost and ice overnight. So any showers across Scotland, Northern Ireland, northern parts of England, generally easing away. Plenty of clear skies here where we're likely to see that sharp frost by the time we reach the morning. Perhaps even some freezing fog patches and some icy stretches too, but much cloudier across central and southern areas, a slight breeze here, so it will still be a cold night, but it's not going to be turning quite as frosty. So to start the day on Tuesday, do take care if you're out and about early, likely to see a sharp frost and some icy stretches, still a few showers feeding into western parts too. Similar across Northern Ireland, plenty of clear skies here, so likely to see some frosty conditions, once again a risk of ice too. But elsewhere across central parts of England, southern England, parts of Wales too, more cloud here, so still a chilly start to the day, but not turning quite as frosty. And generally for many of us, it's going to be a largely settled day. plenty of sunny spells, though still on the chilly side. We will start to see a bit of a change from the west, some cloud and outbreaks of rain moving into parts of Cornwall, and similar across western parts of Scotland, some outbreaks of rain here too. Heavy at times, and may even start to see some snow across higher levels too. But on the whole, a chilly day, highs of between 8 to 10 Celsius in the south. Heading into Wednesday, once again, rain clearing overnight, leaving a risk of ice, particularly across Scotland in the morning, but otherwise largely settled, plenty of sunshine, though once again we'll start to see cloud move in from the west, seeing some outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland, western parts of Scotland too, and it's fairly unsettled towards the end of the week, milder though, before it turns cold again into the weekend. Bye-bye.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
You could be joining the Great British Giveaway list of winners with your chance to grab a fantastic £50,000 in tax-free cash. We've made loads of winners this year, and you could be our next.
Hi, I'm Angela from Wigan, and I won £30,000 with the Great British Giveaway. It happens to people like me.
For your chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Why go out on a Friday night when Friday night comes straight to your home?
Talking about?
Join me and my A-team of top pundits. Chemistry tonight is electric. As we tackle the big stories of the day with wit, insight and fearless energy.
Man of the people.
It's all vibe. Just a filing cabinet on wheels with a tie on.
So, order in Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan, every Friday at 8, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Well, hello, good evening. It's me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, on State of the Nation Tonight. A remarkable new analysis has revealed people earn more claiming benefits than they do working on the minimum wage. I'll be joined by one of the UK's foremost journalists who has done so much work to uncover the truth about welfare. Justice Sir Keir Starmer announces his policy reset. It has emerged 20,000 migrants have crossed the Channel since the election, proving Labour's non-plan for illegal migration was never going to work. Former Conservative Attorney General Michael Ellis has launched an excoriating attack on the International Criminal Court, calling on the UK to let it sink. He joins me shortly. Plus, the former National Security Advisor to Donald Trump, John Bolton, joins State of the Nation to discuss what a Trump presidency means for the United Kingdom and the free world. State of the Nation starts now.
This Thursday, State of the Nation will be airing my interview with the legendary novelist, author of The Day of the Jackal, of which a new television programme has just been released. You won't want to miss that. But tonight, I'll be joined by my panel, former Legal Migration Minister Tom Pursglove and the former Labour MP Lloyd Russell Moyle. As ever, let me know your views. It's a crucial part of the programme, mailmog@gbnews.com. But now, it's your favourite part of the day, the News Bulletin with Sophia Hill.
Thank you, Jacob. Very good evening. It's just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Sophia Hill with your latest headlines from the GB Newsroom. Our top story this evening, Queen Camilla will miss the ceremonial welcome tomorrow for the Emir of the State of Qatar and Her Highness Sheikha Juwaha. GB News understands there has been no alteration in any diagnosis or treatment being received, and Her Majesty just needs some time to rest, with lingering side effects from a chest infection. The Emir of the State of Qatar and his wife arrived at Stansted Airport earlier today, ahead of their two-day state visit hosted by King Charles in London. The Qatari head of state will be treated to a carriage procession up the Mall and a state banquet in Buckingham Palace's Grand Ballroom. Full coverage will be available on GB News throughout the visit. Now, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has claimed the Tories' Rwanda plan did not stop a single boat, claiming the scheme cost £700 million of the taxpayers' money. She went on to say the deterrent did not result in a single deportation or stop a single boat crossing the channel, branding the whole thing a grotesque waste of money. But Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp claims the Rwanda scheme would have been an effective deterrent if it was allowed to go ahead.
The Labour government, after it was elected, cancelled that deterrent. They cancelled that Rwanda deterrent before it had even started. And had that flight taken off as planned, we would not have seen the 64% increase that we have seen since the election, exactly as the National Crime Agency foresaw. But it's not just me, it's not just the National Crime Agency. Even Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, has called for European member states to implement an offshore processing scheme.
Now, Greg Wallace has apologised for any offence that he caused after posting a video saying complaints about his behaviour came from a handful of middle-class women of a certain age. Downing Street's labelled the comments as inappropriate and misogynistic, and Culture Secretary Lisa Nandy has raised the issue with BBC bosses. The corporation's under fire about claims senior management were warned about Wallace's alleged behaviour 4 times. The BBC said it takes any issues that are raised with us seriously, and we have robust processes in place to deal with them. Meanwhile, Greg Wallace's lawyers say it is entirely false that he engages in behaviour of a sexually harassing nature.
I wasn't in a good headspace when I posted it. I've been under a huge amount of stress, a lot of emotion. I felt very alone, under siege yesterday when I posted it. It's obvious to me I need to take some time out.
And looking at the weather, travel disruption could be on the way, with the Met Office warning icy stretches and some dense freezing fog this week. Temperatures could plunge to as low as -8 degrees Celsius after a pretty mild weekend, with tonight expected to be the coldest night of the week. Parts of Scotland over high ground are expected to reach the lowest temperatures. Those are the latest GB News headlines for now. I'm Sophia Hill, but now it's back to Jacob.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Welcome back to State of the Nation. The issue of welfare in the UK used to be an inconvenience for ministers that was repeatedly brushed under the carpet, mainly owing to the stigma attached to it. But with excessive, even unaffordable levels of public expenditure, it has become a frontline issue. It is allied to the question of mass migration, of economic growth, of human capital, mental health and balancing the country's budget, as welfare sets the base for wages more effectively than a minimum wage can. My next guest has uncovered that among the 9 million economically inactive working-age people in the UK, 5.5 million are on some form of out-of-work benefits. That's the equivalent of 5.5 times the population of Somerset. Out of the 5.5 million, 3.2 million are on sickness benefits, up from 2.5 million before COVID. Daily approvals for sickness benefits are now at 3,000 extra every day, with the total expected to increase to 4.1 million by 2028. Beyond the disruption that COVID caused economically and the strain it put on the welfare system, there is also a clear incentive trap. New research from the Centre for Social Justice shows that a full-time minimum wage pays less than sickness benefits in many cases. In fact, sickness benefits can pay up to £3,000 a year more. If we pay people more to stay at home than to get a job, why would they work? This makes an element of benefit payouts a lifestyle choice, not a safety net. Labour has inevitably made this problem worse with its new hike on employer national insurance. People often start on part-time work before moving into full-time work. Now the government has made it more expensive to employ people. Businesses will be reluctant to take on part-time workers. In other words, people will stay on benefits. Solving the benefits crisis will remove the need for mass migration, as 5.5 million, or at least a significant proportion, would become available for work again. As my next guest has pointed out, Sweden has reduced its net migration to zero. While we're busy importing hundreds of thousands each year, millions of others are languishing on unfair dependency, caught in a trap. We have countless jobs with a wide range of skills available that could be filled by people who are already here. Solving this crisis also relieves the waste of human potential. As Ian Duncan Smith pointed out on this programme last week, a large proportion of sickness benefit claimants do so for mental health reasons, often for depression and anxiety. But being out of work exacerbates these very mental health problems. If we get these people back into work, we could save our economy from the doom and gloom forecasts that see a peak of 2% annual growth over this Parliament. More people in work means more money in people's pockets, and more money in people's pockets means more economic stimulation. As ever, let me know your views via mailmog@gbnews.com. I'm joined now by the Telegraph columnist and former editor of The Spectator, Fraser Nelson, whose new programme for Channel 4 Dispatches, Britain's Benefit Scandal, is out now. Fraser, thank you very much for coming in. £3,000 a year better off on PIP, effectively, than working on the minimum wage. How did that come about?
Well, this is only in some circumstances, but what I found when I was doing the documentary is just how complicated the network system is. People have a combination, and depending on what the combination is, that can be very competitive with the minimum wage. Like, quite often you meet people who are saying, look, they're getting £1,400 a month on this, but you know people who are earning no less than that. So there's no real financial incentive. But I've come across everybody I spoke to did actually want to work for various other reasons. But it's rather sad that we have a system where we didn't feel appreciably better off as a result. So, I mean, that's your question. Of course, you get the standard universal credit. On top of that, you get housing. On top of that, you get your sickness benefit. Then on top of that comes the PIP, disability benefit. Then depending if you're a parent of a child, it can go higher still, depending whether the child's categorised as disabled.
And you may get a mobility benefit, you may get a mobility car on top of that.
It can go up quite a lot higher, actually, in certain circumstances. And if there used to be a benefit cap, well, there still is one, but if you're categorised as a sickness benefit, it skips that cap. So importantly, all the incentives are not towards looking for a job and job seekers allowance. If you're doing that, you don't get very much money, you're a threat of sanctions, you're under a strict regime. You're very heavily incentivised to be categorised as sick, in which case the money doubles and the threat of sanctions is lifted.
So if you take people who are getting sickness benefits, it's very difficult for them to get into work because you're saying to them, we want you to make your family less well off, which no reasonable person can be expected to do.
Well, I spoke to one single mother, Amy. She's 30 years old, she's never worked, but she's from a very difficult background and is able to give her kid, her 7-year-old, stability. She's in a council estate in Keighley, and she says that she needs to get £35,000 a year salary to replicate what she's getting on benefits. Now, she wants to work, she wants to set a good example for her son, but it's not just her she's thinking about. She's thinking about her kids, she's thinking about what it's like to go up there. In her situation, I'm not sure I would be rocking them.
I completely agree with you. I think that people who are in this situation are making the rational choice. It's not a bad choice to make. It's not an improper choice to make.
And she's not scamming anybody. They're being perfectly honest about the situations.
But they've been put in a position where they have to make that choice, and therefore they can't get work. It's the same as the very high withdrawal rates that you used to have prior to the universal credit, that meant that people weren't necessarily worse off on the actual pay, but once you took into account that they had to commute to work and they had childcare costs, they were then significantly worse off. And that was a big disincentive to go from unemployment benefit into work. But with disability benefit, it's even more extreme.
Yes, and also there's a certain amount of visibility with unemployment benefit. With sickness benefit, there's a fog surrounds it. Very few people know the system. That's why the Centre for Social Justice figures today were such a shock. They were literally making news. But then again, all it's doing is simply telling you what the benefit system is. So I think that over the years, ministers, I'm afraid to say conservative ones, completely lost sight of this. And the incentives were skewed away from work and towards benefits.
All right, did ministers lose the plot, or is it in fact very convenient for governments? Because when you look at where people are on sickness benefits, they tend to be in areas where there's not a lot of economic activity. And governments have found it quite convenient to have low official unemployment rates and have quite high sickness rates. This was definitely true in the 1980s when the mines were closing down and so on, that people went onto the sick, they got better benefits, but it suited governments because it kept the unemployment rate low.
Well, Jacob, I think you've put your finger on it here. This is very expensive, but it is politically convenient. When Boris Johnson had his last day in number 10, he was boasting about unemployment being the lowest since the 1970s. The Bank of England governor was saying a few months ago how Britain was close to full employment. This is a country which has got 6 million, not 5.5, but 6 million in out-of-work benefits right now. It's staggering. 25% of Blackpool out-of-work benefits, 18% of Manchester, 18% of Birmingham. These are staggering figures. And yet, if you're categorised as sick, you vanish from the unemployment figures and from the public debate.
And there were, prior to COVID, quite a lot of tests that were done to see that people were eligible, certainly for PIP. And constituents came to me regularly to make inquiries when they hadn't got a particular benefit. With COVID, those tests were lifted, weren't they? And that people are now not really being asked, once they've got a sickness benefit, they carry on getting it for months and months and years and years.
Well, certainly during COVID, the assessments went down to telephone interview, and that's still the case for the vast majority. We spoke to some former assessors of a documentary who are very uncomfortable with what they're asking to do. They're saying you can't tell on the phone with somebody from half an hour if they're genuinely too anxious or too depressed at work, but nonetheless, that's the decision that they're required to make. The other thing which stopped happening during COVID and never quite restarting was the number of people being reassessed and then coming off benefits. That used to be happening at about 700 a day at the peak. Now it's barely 10 a day. I spoke to one taxi driver who's been trying for 3 years to get off sickness benefits, saying he's ready to work. But DWP won't even respond to his messages.
So how do you deal with this? Because to say to the lady you met in Keighley that she's actually going to go off sickness benefits would have a dramatic effect on her standard of living. Is that fair when the state has set a system up that has created this dependency?
I don't think it is fair, and nor do I think it's politically doable. I think that right now, if you regard this as a crisis, you look at triage, you look at what can you fix. The first thing you can do is to stop it getting so much worse. So right now it's 3.3 million, it's forecast to be 4.1 million by the end of this parliament. What can you do? What you can do there is having proper assessments, bring back the in-person assessments, give people the care that they need, rather than going through this almost insulting, cursory phone call situation with a check writing and forget approach. And then you can give proper support to get people back into work. I would say that in the case of just the Keighley case, Amy's case, is one of the hardest cases. But in some cases, you need to just grandfather the old process. I don't think any government really is going to take single mothers doing their best to provide stability for the child and say, whoops, we've made a terrible mistake. We're now going to turf you out in the job market.
And finally, I wanted to ask you about mental health, because one of the strongest indicators for male mental health is unemployment. They therefore have mental health problems until they've got a job. How do you square that particular circle?
Well, 70% of the new claims involve mental health. I spoke to one assessor who is a doctor, and she was saying, she was just appalled at the fact that she knows that the course of action she's about to take, recommending sickness benefits, will not help somebody. If you isolate them from their work, isolate them from the friends and communities, this makes mental health worse rather than better. But the welfare system is so crude. It doesn't really consider the welfare of the patient. I met a guy who's been on benefits, sickness benefits for a year, but is still waiting for a mental health referral from the NHS. So right now, the welfare system is working very quickly, the health system very slowly, but nobody's really asking what's best for the people and how to give them the help they need and deserve.
Fraser, thank you very much for highlighting this very serious problem. After the break, we'll be assessing Labour's reset, announced only 5 months after the election, which appears uninterested in migration. Do you know how many migrants have crossed the Channel since Keir Starmer became Prime Minister?
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Cryptocurrency entrepreneur Justin's son spent $6.2 million, £4.9 million, on a banana, duct taped to a wall, a piece of art by artist Mauricio Catalan. Other artwork has recently caused controversy. A portrait of the British computer scientist Alan Turing by the world's first ultra-realistic robot artist, that is to say ADAR, sold at auction for almost $1.1 million. Joining me now to talk about these latest hoo-has is art critic and mentor at the University of Arts London, Estelle Lovett. I have a feeling that in the case of the banana, it's quite a lot to do with the buyer. Now, you've researched the buyer a little bit. Do you want to tell us a little bit about Justin's son?
Yes, so he's a very wealthy cryptocurrency dealer. And of course, you know, everything now is AI and FTs, and it's the way that money's going, and it's very good publicity for him. So obviously, you know, he's not daft. But what makes this banana so unusual is, and it has, as you say, taken the art world by storm. It is the current spectacle, and what's amazing is that even during these very difficult times, the art market still manages to spend big on a significant fuss. Why has it created this fuss? Well, don't forget, the winning bid just happened in a matter of minutes. It took Justin's son minutes to beat 6 other rivals, so they've all got mega bucks in their pocket. But, you know, it's conceptual art at its best.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Weekdays on GB News. Wake up to breakfast every day from 6 a.m. Followed by Britain's newsroom at 9:30. At noon, it's Good Afternoon Britain. Followed by Martin Daubney from 3 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Welcome back. I'm still Jacob Rees-Mogg, and we were talking about welfare benefits, and the mail mogs have come in. Mike says the payments for out-of-work benefits are so high, the process is now unquestionably a career move. It's been obvious for a long time, but the politicians in this country do not have the courage to take necessary actions. The payments need to be reduced so they match the minimum wage, no more. And Stephen says the biggest problem regarding benefit versus work is that most escape the biggest costs of rent and council tax. Got to work a fair amount at minimum wage just to draw level with benefit recipients. I'm tired of people on benefits I know constantly on holidays abroad. It only took 5 months for Sir Keir Starmer to announce a reset. Whether it was a disastrous handling of Southport, Donegate, the budget, his Chancellor's CV or resigning cabinet minister isn't entirely clear, but none of his key priorities appear to include immigration, legal or illegal. And perhaps this is rather convenient, because today marks 20,000 channel crossings since Labour took power, in further evidence that Labour's non-plan for illegal, as it calls it, irregular migration, simply isn't working. Well, I'm joined now by my most prestigious panel, former Legal Migration Minister Tom Pursglove and the former Labour MP Lloyd Russell-Moyle. Tom, you were in charge of legal migration. Illegal migration seems to be getting worse. But isn't this because of red days, and it's just the weather's been so nice that therefore people have wanted to come over, and we shouldn't blame the nice Reverend Starmer for this?
I'm afraid that I very much blame
Keir Starmer for the position that they've taken on this, and red days are difficult. That has been the case historically, and you do see elevated crossing numbers. But simply put, scrapping the meaningful deterrent, which was the Rwanda scheme, and we were hearing people regularly saying that the fear of being deported to Rwanda, removed to Rwanda, was deterring people from making that journey. Simply not having anything like that in place has just opened the gates, and what we've seen is, 5 times the crossing numbers in that period compared to when we were in office over that 8-month period. What we saw was the same number they've had in 5, and that is a terrible reflection, I think, on the lack of deterrent, and doing more of the same simply isn't going to be enough.
And do you think Rwanda would actually have happened had we not had the early election? It was part of the motive for the early election that the courts would have stopped Rwanda once again.
I think it was a mistake not to have got on and had those flights before the election. That was something that I'd certainly hoped. It was important to my constituents up in Northamptonshire, and I know in your neck of the woods people felt very, very strongly about this, and we should have got on and delivered those flights before the election. But my message to ministers would be, and I think they handled the relationship with the Rwandans appallingly after the election in terms of how they treated them. But when you consider the number of crossings, when you consider the terrible elevated loss of life and the number of people losing their life in the Channel in recent weeks, surely nothing can be worse than that. So my message to ministers would again be to get on the phone to the Rwandans. You've got a partnership there that you could get on and deliver. There's a legislative basis for it. Why not test this legislation and try and bring these terrible crossings to an end and genuinely put the criminal gangs out of business?
Lloyd, a reset after 5 months, for heaven's sake. This is normally what happens to governments that have been in for years and have run out of steam. They're blaming their communications department for not getting their message across. We all know that when politicians start saying that, it's because they're failing. This is really bad after such a short period of time.
Well, I don't know if they're describing it as a reset. I think the journalists are describing it as a reset, and that's because they need to
But if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, in the old cliche, it is a duck.
No, what they are doing is they are saying the manifesto that they were elected on is now going to be articulated with targets. We are going to have special cabinet committees that will focus on these areas. They said they would do this during the elections. This is not new.
So it's just reminding us, in case we'd forgotten, they had these wonderful plans.
They've spent the first 6 months, or the first 5 months, stabilising the ship, because it was such a disaster when they came in. The finances were a mess, the immigration process was a mess. The Conservatives have basically opened our borders without any controls. And so Labour's upped deportations by 20% already. We see real action on these things, and what he's now saying is what we'll do is we'll have special cabinet committees that will focus cross-departmental rather than silo working, cross-departmental.
Stabilised anything. They've upset the economy, that all businesses are saying they're going to be cutting jobs. But there is a fundamental question on Starmer's judgment in relation to Louise Haigh. Why was it all right for her to be a convicted criminal in the cabinet when only Keir Starmer knew, but not all right when the public knew?
Well, I think that Louise Haigh was extremely effective Secretary of State.
Yeah, I'm not denying that, and actually I have some sympathy for her.
And she is a great loss.
But it's Starmer's view. How did he behave like this?
We should have a system in this country that if you are done for minor issues, and the judge, because we know the punishment was the lowest punishment you can give for these things. The judge made a judgment that this was a rather minor case, and it was spent. Now I do agree with you. I agree with you that the fact that you then, at the first sign of pressure, ditch a very effective minister is worrying. Now it's one of either two things. Either it's that when you're under pressure, you don't defend your own, which then is a message to his other Secretaries of State, which is very damaging. Or I suspect what is probably more likely is that actually the very fact that it was the conviction existed was not brought up because the right-wing media is accused of dug around, but because someone in the central team didn't like her, she was being too effective, and leaked it from central office or from Labour Party side to the papers to get rid of her. And it was partly a punishment because of the P&O gaffe, which bearing in mind she was only repeating what a lot of politicians had said previously, in Conservative and Labour politicians, but it was punishment for getting that wrong. They couldn't punish her directly for that, but this was the later down the line thing. If that's the case, well, it would be better if they were just honest about it and say we want a reshuffle rather than throwing someone under the bus. So I do think it's pretty grubby.
There was a very good piece in The Sun this morning by Harry Cole saying that Rishi Sunak did exactly the same. He had a similar reset, but it was at a point at which things were desperate. It is a very bad sign having a reset, isn't it?
I think that there's just been a litany of broken promises, and voters were promised the moon on a stick. And the truth is that, you know, on winter fuel payments, on the farmers, when it comes to students,
there wasn't any promise on
Chagos
farmers.
Islands,
There wasn't any promise
smash
on
the
this.
gangs. It's just
Starmer
broken
went
promise
to the
after
NFU
broken promise.
conference and said that he wouldn't do it 2 years ago.
Not in
That's
the
what-
election. Not,
but come on. He's leader of the party.
But we know that the manifesto and the policies are set just before. There was no
So
promise in the manifesto.
anything else a leader of a party says you can ignore.
Well, the Constitutional Convention is that the manifesto is the
Well,
election document,
to be
not,
fair, I don't
not
think there
things
is.
that you say.
I don't think there is a constitutional convention around manifestos.
Well, there is, because in the Lords, we know the convention is that something that was in the manifesto
Well, there's
will not...
we'll get a second reading, the Salisbury-Addison
Yes,
Convention.
the Salisbury Convention. And so, to some
But that's
extent, there
very
is a
different from
convention.
what the electorate understand from a manifesto
yes, well,
commitment and from promises from leaders. Lloyd is amazingly loyal. I don't know how he does it. Well, thank you very much to my panel. In a moment, I will be speaking to the former Attorney General, who has blasted yet another unaccountable foreign court, and asking him whether it's time to leave it. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. Turning very cold overnight in northern areas with a sharp frost and a risk of ice. Cloudier elsewhere though, so not turning quite as chilly, but it's still going to be a fairly cold night on offer for all. We've currently got high pressure sat to the north of the country. That's bringing in a cold northerly flow of air, bringing us that risk of frost and ice overnight. So any showers across Scotland, Northern Ireland, northern parts of England, generally easing away. Plenty of clear skies here where we're likely to see that sharp frost by the time we reach the morning. Perhaps even some freezing fog patches and some icy stretches too, but much cloudier across central and southern areas, a slight breeze here, so it will still be a cold night, but it's not going to be turning quite as frosty. So to start the day on Tuesday, do take care if you're out and about early, likely to see a sharp frost and some icy stretches, still a few showers feeding into western parts too. Similar across Northern Ireland, plenty of clear skies here, so likely to see some frosty conditions, once again a risk of ice too. But elsewhere across central parts of England, southern England, parts of Wales too, more cloud here, so still a chilly start to the day, but not turning quite as frosty. And generally for many of us, it's going to be a largely settled day, plenty of sunny spells, though still on the chilly side. We will start to see a bit of a change from the west, some cloud and outbreaks of rain moving into parts of Cornwall, and similar across western parts of Scotland, some outbreaks of rain here too. Heavy at times, and may even start to see some snow across higher levels too. But on the whole, a chilly day, highs of between 8 to 10 Celsius in the south. Heading into Wednesday, once again, rain clearing overnight, leaving a risk of ice, particularly across Scotland in the morning, but otherwise largely settled, plenty of sunshine, though once again we'll start to see cloud move in from the west, seeing some outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland, western parts of Scotland too. And it's fairly unsettled towards the end of the week, milder though, before it turns cold again into the weekend. Bye-bye.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. We were discussing the Labour reset and migrants, and the mail mogs have come in. Mike says it's not fair to say that Starmer's illegal migration plan isn't working. Simple truth is he doesn't have a plan. And the same can be said of everything else. Starmer should call another election. Alan says migrant numbers started to increase from the point Starmer said he would cancel the Rwanda deal about 3 months before the election. No surprise there. At the end of November, the International Criminal Court disgraced itself by issuing arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defence Minister Yoav Gallant, drawing an equivalence between the democratically elected leaders of Israel and the sadistic terrorists of Hamas, of whom one warrant was issued for leader Mohammed Deif. Well, over the weekend, former Conservative Attorney General Sir Michael Ellis launched an excoriating attack on the court, and he joins me now, as well as my panel. Michael, thank you for coming in.
Evening, Jacob.
What was your main objection to the ICC issuing a warrant against Benjamin Netanyahu?
Well, there are several principal objections, Jacob, and they're all pretty serious. I mean, the first is that the court doesn't have jurisdiction over Israel. The United States and Israel did not ratify the treaty 20-odd years ago, which means that the court doesn't have jurisdiction over them. But they ignored that aspect. Another aspect to it is that they are supposed to, even when they do have jurisdiction over a country, they're supposed to give that country an opportunity to deal with any transgressions or alleged transgressions themselves. They haven't done that in the case of Israel. And Israel has a very robust judicial system. Their courts have overruled their government almost as much as our courts overrule our governments. And they have, a Supreme Court in Israel, which actually has an Arab-Israeli judge who has sat in judgment against their Jewish prime minister. So they have a robust, independent judicial system that hasn't been allowed to take its part either. And there are a number of other factors, including diplomatic immunity and the lack of evidence.
But didn't the ICC issue a warrant against Putin? And everyone thought that was marvellous. And are we being selecting sides? That when they issue a restaurant against someone we don't like, that's great. When it's somebody who is a friend of ours, we think that's terrible. And you should either accept the ICC or get out of it altogether.
Well, what it boils down to is evidence. Even if you choose to ignore the jurisdictional issues, there's obvious evidence against Vladimir Putin for what he has done. He's invaded a sovereign independent country in Europe, as we all know. For that matter, there's a great deal of evidence against people like Xi in China and Khomeini in Iran, and they're not signatories to the court either, but we haven't seen the ICC taking action there. But in the case of Israel, these suggestions, these allegations are not backed up by any evidence. And so that is a key factor too. So I think the reality of the situation is that this is an outrageous decision, and I think this country should join with other countries and consider stepping back from the ICC.
Is it this particular court, or do you think that actually all these international courts are ridiculous and we should pull out of all of them and we should run ourselves, and that Westphalia had it right?
Well, look, I have great faith and confidence in the English justice system, but I'm afraid I don't in many of the international tribunals. You look, for example, we've spoken before, Jacob, about the British Indian Ocean Territory and the decision there of a tribunal, an advisory decision to give back the British Indian Ocean
Which is not binding
territory.
on a member of the Security Council.
But we are choosing, this government is choosing to adhere to it as if it were binding. So there is a problem.
Lloyd, let me bring you in, because this government, Mr Lammy particularly, thinks we should arrest Mr Netanyahu if he comes here. This is completely bonkers to arrest a head of government of a friendly nation who has diplomatic immunity.
I am surprised that Michael has made these arguments that are legally illiterate, I'm afraid. First of all, the International Court has clear jurisdiction over both territory and population. And so it's one or the other. And so therefore, if you are an American citizen in Britain that breaks international law, you can be called up in the international courts because you've committed the crime in a signatory area. It doesn't matter what your citizenship is. He knows that, but he hasn't mentioned that at all. Secondly...
But Netanyahu hasn't committed. If he has committed any crime, he hasn't committed in a signatory area.
Hold on a second. Palestine, under international law, as we all know, is a state. It doesn't mean that countries have to recognise it, but it is legally a state under the ICJ judgment and under the fact that it has been welcomed into the United Nations and therefore is a full state party signatory of the ICC. The crimes have been committed in the territories of Palestine. And I don't think anyone can argue that the crimes have been committed in Israel. They have been committed in the territories of Palestine.
There's no evidence. Let me bring you back.
Well, there is lots of evidence. We've seen it on our TV. This is absolutely
I think, first of all, you've got to actually deal with the issues as they arise. So first of all, you have to say, even if you wish to ignore the process arguments, which I don't, because the jurisdiction point is a sound jurisdiction point. But even if you choose to ignore that, you've got to say about the evidence. There have been a million... So the allegation of deliberate starvation, it's not borne out by the facts. The allegation of genocide is not borne out by the facts.
Well, the ICJ,
lack of evidence. It's a purely political decision.
ICJ, which is not the ICC, the ICJ, which Israel is a member of, all UN members have to be a member of it, and others can join as well, has said there is a plausible case and is investigating the case that the state of Israel has committed genocide against people
the ICJ
of the state.
And it's important to...
No, but what I'm saying is, Michael is saying there is no evidence whatsoever. If there was no evidence whatsoever, the ICJ would not say that there's a plausible case. Now, a plausible case...
The UN agency has been involved in supporting the Hamas terrorists, so I wouldn't trust the UN in this at all.
No, a plausible case does not mean that they're guilty. A plausible case means that you need a trial, surely.
I just think...
The French don't agree.
There's been quite a spectacle, really, watching UK ministers dance on the head of a pin when it comes to this. And, you know, I just worry about the fact that there is this kind of constant running theme now of the ever-politicisation of these international institutions. And, you know, I believe in the rule of law. I believe in that system. But it is very stretching of confidence.
But only when
you see these increasingly
but not when it gets someone you like.
And I just think we should have dealt with this like the French and like the Americans have, where they've just dismissed this out of hand.
Well, the Americans are not members. So
I do want to move on to the jury trial threat, because the criminal courts are backlogged, that people aren't being tried, this is unjust. Can't we just be a bit more efficient, get rid of jury trials, people go to prison for less than 2 years, and let a judge, we trust our judges, just do it and send people down?
No, I don't think... I'm very concerned about that aspect of things because, look, our jury system is a centuries-old system that we can have confidence in and that I know produces the right results. I was a barrister in criminal practice for 17 years before I came to Parliament, and I went to court every day, and even when I lost a case, whether I was prosecuting...
Which I'm sure never happened.
Well, very rare, Jacob. But when it did happen, I had confidence that the jury had made the decision that they ought to have made. And I think it's very important we protect those safeguards.
Tom, isn't this right, that juries sometimes acquit people when the black letter of the law might say that they're guilty, but actually the fundamentals of the British Constitution mean they should be free?
That's right. And, you know, I find this difficult because having been one of the ministers that was responsible for trying to do more around, for example, protecting women and girls from violence to try and increase the number of prosecutions for rape and the most serious of criminal cases, this is really difficult. And one of the factors that really plays into that is the attrition, for example, of witnesses and victims in the processes when they're long and drawn out over inordinately long periods of time in some cases. It worries me when you hear, for example, about cases being listed into 2027, which we've been hearing in recent times. So I think that if we go down this route, there does need to be a lot of care taken. I don't think it's optimal at all, but I do think you have to balance in the fact that you need to prosecute
very
those
briefly,
cases.
if the choice is justice or efficiency, justice should always reign.
Yes. To me, juries are a bulwark against governments making stupid laws that actually the public don't really agree with when they're put into practice. So it's so important you keep...
I'm going to ask each of you in turn a one-word answer. You can say jury and judge. If you were falsely charged with an offence, would you rather go in front of a judge or a jury? Tom?
Jury.
Jury. Jury, very obviously.
Just one word.
Difficult for lawyers.
Trust the lawyers to get in more than one word, and I would definitely go for jury too. Thank you to my panel. After the break, Donald Trump's former national security advisor is waiting in the wings. I'll be asking him what he thinks the UK's chances are of a strong relationship with President-elect Donald Trump.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Go on, Eamon.
Well,
Go on, Eamon. What does Eamon mean?
I mean, I must admit, I never liked my name, ever. And then I realised that it's made me more individual because there are no other Eamons about. So therefore I can go by, whereas no one would know Isabel. She's Isabel Webster. She'd have two names.
Penny. But Isabel means something like light or blind.
But I was named after the TV presenter. My mother was in hospital, couldn't think of a name, and the TV presenter, Eamon Andrews, popped up on the television, and she said, "Oh, he's got hair like my Eamon," and she called me Eamon after him.
Oh, lovely! Oh,
that may have determined what I ended up doing.
My mum said if I was a boy, I would have been called Marius.
Marius?
Which I think is quite a weird choice. It is a bit of a Marius
weird
Webster.
one.
I'm forever grateful.
I say this, whatever you call a child, however weird or strange, whatever, the child becomes that name. So
Over half of us judge people instantly on their name. So we make assumptions on people based on their name. I'm not sure I do, but I mean, you mentioning you changing your name from an African name to a more anglicised name.
No doubt about that. So there's no doubt about that. Like, you know, if I'm on the blower, I sound like a London boy.
Yeah.
But I turn up as Keezy. Boy, mate, you don't belong around
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah.
That was what it was like 50 years ago. You know, now, I mean, and like even today. So sometimes today, like, I get some speaking engagements, and I will wear my traditional wear because you know I've accepted Keezy and my African heritage. And then the abuse you get on social media, you're not British, call yourself English, mate.
No.
You know, and you get all sorts of lyrics. So a name, when a name says your ancestry is from another part of the country, part of the world, it can be detrimental.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Nightmare commute. Kick it up a gear with GB News Radio. You can listen online and on DAB+ and on the GB News app. We're also on TuneIn and the Radio Player app. From the school run to rush hour, get revved up with GB News Radio. We are the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. Over the weekend, we saw developments from Syria, with rebel forces taking within a matter of hours the city of Aleppo, with some similarities to the Taliban's usurpation of power in Afghanistan in Joe Biden's first year as president. The developments, along with Zelensky's proposal of a land for peace deal, as well as Israel's ceasefire with Hezbollah, pose important questions for Donald Trump's forthcoming presidency. In short, he has a lot of difficult situations to deal with. It was, however, notable that during Trump's first term, the world was relatively stable. So what can the free world, and specifically the United Kingdom, expect from a second Trump presidency? Well, there really is no better man to come and answer this question than Donald Trump's former National Security Advisor, Ambassador John Bolton, who joins me now. Ambassador, thank you so much for coming in. It's a fascinating time in global politics, isn't it? There are so many threats. A president coming in who is a disruptor. How disruptive do you think he's going to be?
Well, it's a situation that Trump, of course, says had he been president, none of this would have happened, which is a statement neither provable nor disprovable. I think what he wants to try and do is get the war in Ukraine and the war in the Middle East behind him. He views them as Biden's wars, not entirely unfairly, and he just doesn't want them clouding his horizon. That's probably indicative of his thinking that he doesn't care how they end, he just wants them gone. So that's bad news for the Ukrainians, maybe good news for the Israelis.
So you think he doesn't mind if Putin wins in Ukraine or if the settlement is very favorable to Russia?
Well, his own vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, said a settlement that looked reasonable to him was Russia keeps all the territory it now holds, you build a demilitarized zone, and Ukraine agrees not to join NATO in the foreseeable future. The only thing wrong from the Kremlin's point of view there is they should have asked for more. Because they possibly could have gotten it. From Ukraine's point of view, it's a disaster.
And Zelensky saying that he would accept a loss of land for membership of NATO. Is that something you think that Donald Trump could accept?
It's a non-starter, honestly. I think NATO itself is in trouble in a second Trump term. If he can be distracted for 4 years, then maybe the U.S. won't withdraw. But he doesn't understand what collective defense alliances are. His view of NATO is the U.S. protects Europe, we don't get anything out of it, and the Europeans don't pay. So what good is it? It's a very dangerous attitude. It's bad for Ukraine in the near term, but it's bad for the alliance in the slightly longer term.
And when he criticized NATO in his first term, European countries did increase their expenditure on defense. Is that enough, or will Trump be saying, look, it's still not enough, why should American gold and lives be at risk for an organization that I can't take seriously?
Yeah, look, he doesn't like trade deals with the European Union either. He's got one reason after another. And my view, quite apart from Trump, is the U.S. is going to have to significantly increase its own defense expenditures given the threats we face worldwide, from roughly 3.25% of GDP right now back to Reagan-era levels, 4 or 5%. UK has indicated it's prepared to go up to 2.5, maybe to 3. I think 4 is more likely. So if you tell many of the European countries, congratulations, you've made it to 2, you've got 2 more to go, it's going to be hard to swallow.
It'll be hard to do. And you think it's possibly good news for Israel. How does it help them? Trump was always hostile to Iran, wasn't he?
Right. And what Israel has done, if you cut through all the emotion over the past year and a half, it's substantially dismembered Hamas. It is dismembering Hezbollah. We'll see how long this ceasefire lasts. That has weakened Iran very substantially in the region. Until the regime in Tehran itself is removed, however, it will continue to be a threat. And the question is, what will Netanyahu do before the 20th of January, Inauguration Day? What will Trump then let him do after it, again, to get this thing behind us?
And the Biden administration gave $6 billion to Iran for the release of some hostages. Did you think that was a terrible mistake? And to what extent, however difficult it may be with Trump, the Biden administration was really very bad at foreign affairs?
It was terrible. And just in case anybody's wondering who I did vote for, I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I wrote in Mike Pence, the vice president, under Trump, because I didn't think there was a conservative on the ballot. So there's very little good to be said about Biden's foreign policy. Frankly, with respect to Iran, it was just flat out appeasement, and it failed right across the board. We know Iran continued to move towards nuclear weapons during the existence of the nuclear deal. It was done in 2015. And the only mistake I think we made in the Trump administration, which Trump didn't want to do, was press for regime change in Iran.
And then you've got China and Taiwan. Trump wants to get wars behind him. He doesn't want another war. If Putin is successful in Ukraine, what is to stop President Xi thinking that Taiwan is a tasty morsel?
I think that's the great fear. Nobody's watching Ukraine more carefully than the parties themselves, but Beijing. And I think very, very frankly, if they don't think the U.S. and the West will try and stop unprovoked aggression on the continent of Europe, we're not likely to do it in East Asia. Many times I saw Trump in the Oval Office sitting behind the resolute desk, a present to the United States from Queen Victoria. He'd hold up one of his Sharpie pens. He'd point to the tip and he'd say, see that? That's Taiwan. See this desk? That's China. That's a bad signal to the Taiwan people, and I think they're quite nervous now. And really, it's what we're seeing today is an axis being formed between China and Russia. a lot like the Sino-Soviet alliance of Cold War days, except this time China's the dominant partner. And what looked to be distinct, isolated crises in Ukraine, in the Middle East, in the Far East, really are more and more related. That's why you have North Korean troops fighting with the Russians in Ukraine today.
And North Korea is basically controlled by China, isn't it? That China likes to pretend that North Korea is independent and is a slightly rogue state, but in fact they pull all the strings.
Right. They supply 90% of North Korea's energy. So the threat of cutting that off alone gives them dominance. What North Korea is actually doing now is trying to play Russia off against China to get more from Russia. But together, they do form a coherent opposition to the West. There are other outriders besides North Korea, Iran and Syria, Belarus and Europe, and others as well.
And Syria, obviously a Russian ally. Aleppo's gone very badly for Assad. It's a very difficult question for the West, isn't it? Which is the greater evil, Assad or Islamic fundamentalists? Who do you want to win in Aleppo?
Well, there's some wars where, as Henry Kissinger once said, maybe they can both lose.
Like the Iran-Iraq war,
exactly,
which, yes.
Exactly. But here, I think that lying behind this offensive, which obviously required some planning, is Erdogan in Turkey. I think he has, hard as it may be to believe, neo-Ottomanist aspirations, especially with respect to Syria. And so I think he's decided to press Assad when he knows that he's weak, when he knows that Iran has had to turn its attention away, Russia's had to turn its attention away. We'll see what he's able to get out of it, but it's not good for the Syrian people, that's for sure. Ultimately, not good for the Lebanese or for Israel or Jordan.
And what do you think the United Kingdom has to hope for from a Trump presidency? I'm cautious of the term special relationship because I think American interests always dominate. But is there any hope for the special relationship? Does Trump have an affection for the UK?
I think the ties between the countries are strong regardless of what happens at the top. You know, Trump thinks that if he has good relations with a foreign leader, then the U.S. has good relations with that country. That's simplistic to say the least. I don't think he and Starmer will get along well. They're very different personalities. I would say Starmer just needs to keep his eye on the ball and look out after British interest. The thing that we've both made a mistake in the last 8 years since Brexit is we still don't have a bilateral free trade agreement. It's remarkable. I think Trump would be open to it. He supported Brexit. Didn't happen before. I think Starmer could do a lot for the country if he really pursued a free trade agreement, if he believes in it, and if he doesn't want to head back toward Europe.
And do you think Trump cares that he was called a Nazi by David Lammy, our Foreign Secretary?
Look, if people kiss his ring after that, he'll accept a lot.
Oh, OK. It's one thing I have in common with Donald Trump. I was also called a Nazi by David Lammy. It's an insult he spreads around freely. Well, Ambassador, thank you so much for coming in. I think that's one of the most interesting discussions we've had since I've been doing this programme. Up next is Patrick Christys, back from his honeymoon. Patrick, many congratulations. We've been waiting for you to get back. Are you going to be showing us your snaps from the honeymoon?
No, I don't think anyone needs to see that, Jacob, but I've got a great show lined up. Resignations, protests, scandals, helping to kickstart World War III. No, not my honeymoon. That's just the stuff that Keir Starmer's been getting up to in the last 2 weeks. I'm going to steam into that. There's an immigration cover-up going on. Labour said that they will be revealing crime statistics when it comes to migrants. They've decided not to do that. Rupert Lowe MP is on to talk about that. Jaguar have committed brand suicide again today. Greg Wallace, that issue that's been doing the rounds. Look, I'm going to talk about that. I am going to ask, though, whether or not women actually get away with things like alleged sexual harassment in the workplace. All that and much more.
Well, that all sounds very exciting. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg. I'll be back tomorrow at 8 o'clock. This has been State of the Nation. My Discovery Plus programme came out today, which may amuse some of you. I'm going to be watching it a little bit later and celebrating with the film crew, who were so good. And the weather in Somerset? Oh, you know that already. It's going to be beautiful. Perfect.
Even though we'll see a cloudy start, it'll be a bright outlook for the rest of the day. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to your GB News weather update from the Met Office. Turning very cold overnight in northern areas with a sharp frost and a risk of ice. Cloudier elsewhere though, so not turning quite as chilly, but it's still going to be a fairly cold night on offer for all. We've currently got high pressure sat to the north of the country. That's bringing in a cold northerly flow of air, bringing us that risk of frost and ice overnight. So any showers across Scotland, Northern Ireland, northern parts of England generally easing away. Plenty of clear skies here where we're likely to see that sharp frost by the time we reach the morning. Perhaps even some freezing fog patches and some icy stretches too, but much cloudier across central and southern areas, a slight breeze here, so it will still be a cold night, but it's not going to be turning quite as frosty. So to start the day on Tuesday, do take care if you're out and about early, likely to see a sharp frost and some icy stretches, still a few showers feeding into western parts too. Similar across Northern Ireland, plenty of clear skies here, so likely to see some frosty conditions, once again a risk of ice too. But elsewhere across central parts of England, southern England, parts of Wales too, more cloud here, so still a chilly start to the day, but not turning quite as frosty. And generally for many of us, it's going to be a largely settled day. Plenty of sunny spells, though still on the chilly side. We will start to see a bit of a change from the west, some cloud and outbreaks of rain moving into parts of Cornwall, and similar across western parts of Scotland, some outbreaks of rain here too. Heavy at times, and may even start to see some snow across higher levels too. But on the whole, a chilly day, highs of between 8 to 10 Celsius in the south. Heading into Wednesday, once again, rain clearing overnight, leaving a risk of ice, particularly across Scotland in the morning, but otherwise largely settled, plenty of sunshine, though once again we'll start to see cloud move in from the west, seeing some outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland, western parts of Scotland too, and it's fairly unsettled towards the end of the week, milder though, before it turns cold again into the weekend. Bye-bye.
There will be a light breeze in the morning, leading to a warm front. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's the biggest, greatest Great British giveaway so far, with your chance to win a spectacular £50,000 in tax-free cash. 2025 could be amazing, with plenty of treats, holidays and fun on the horizon. How would you enjoy that cash? £50,000 will make someone our biggest ever winner. For your chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. You can call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB10 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 31st of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Go to gbnews.com/shop now and take advantage of our biggest ever Black Friday sale with 25% off all items across our store and free shipping on orders worth £60 or more. There's never been a better time to grab something for the GB News fan in your life. From our signature clothing to drinkware, gifts, accessories and much, much more, you'll find the perfect present this festive season. Use the code BLACKFRIDAY25 on checkout at gbnews.com/shop for our best ever Black Friday deals.
Why go out on a Friday night when Friday night comes straight to your home?
Talking about?
Join me and my A-team of top pundits. Chemistry tonight is electric. As we tackle the big stories of the day with wit, insight and fearless energy.
Man of the people.
It's all vibe. Just a filing cabinet on wheels with a tie on.
So, order in Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan.
Hello everyone, welcome back to 2CTV with some breaking news, this time from the Middle East. The ceasefire between Hezbollah of Lebanon and the State of Israel seemed to have been broken by the Hezbollah Islamists, and the Israeli Defense Forces over the last hour or so have responded massively in the southern parts of Lebanon. We're getting all the information as it comes in. We're making sure, obviously, the videos and everything is verified. And the statements that we are receiving from the Israeli side, as well as, of course, the silence from the Islamic Republic of Iran in the middle of all this. I know they're busy with everything that's going on in Syria at the moment, but their puppets in Lebanon, Hezbollah, are not helping the situation. The Iranian regime cannot multitask. They are obviously, on the one hand, helping Russia with the Ukraine war. On the other hand, they are helping Bashar al-Assad in Syria with the civil war. And now they have to deal with their stepchildren, Hezbollah, in Lebanon. We're going to give you guys the information that we have so far. This is a live development. If you're watching this live, we'll get your reaction during this live report. Now, first things first. Let's talk about the Islamic Republic because these guys have been very silent ever since the ceasefire started. And of course, they didn't really come out to condemn it. They didn't come out to directly support it. They just let the Hezbollah PR team to sort this out. Even though Hezbollah doesn't really have the infrastructure anymore. They don't really have a proper leadership. Their leader keeps sleeping throughout the day anyway, taking naps after naps. And now, whether someone went rogue or this was a direct order from the IRGC and the Hezbollah leadership, it's been kicking off. Several rockets from Lebanon hit Israeli military's positions near the Mount Dov border area. There have been a couple of other, obviously, siren situations that's been triggered over the last few hours. This isn't the first time that over the last few days Hezbollah have been poking the bear and testing the waters. They have been mobilizing in the southern parts of Lebanon, including using Christian churches, ladies and gentlemen. Christian churches have been used as Hezbollah bases, and even the Lebanese, Christian Lebanese politicians have said, well, we're going to have to wipe them out. We're going to have to do something about this, as in they want the IDF to do their dirty work. Now, Israel is hitting back. Essentially, Hezbollah have now violated the ceasefire agreement. Will this be the end of the ceasefire? Are we going to see the conflict returning right now and tomorrow and the next day? Or can Israel just punish Hezbollah tonight and tell them to calm down and de-escalate it? We're going to find out over the next few hours and over the next couple of days. The Israeli Defense Forces have come out to announce that we have begun waves of attacks on Lebanon. And again, this is the messaging that we are getting so far from the Israeli government is that this is more like a punishment, a strike on the Hezbollah side. Because the Israeli government haven't declared the end of ceasefire. So far, in the first few hours, it seems like they simply want to punish Hezbollah to calm them down. If it doesn't work, then the responsibility is on the Islamists. That is the reality. We are obviously getting some more information about the latest images that we are getting. We're also getting information from the civilians in the southern parts of Lebanon and also Beirut, as civilians and local residents have once again decided to flee because they know exactly what's about to come. They are all driving away from those territories. They know that if Hezbollah is attacking, the IDF will be hitting back, as they have already started. Anyway, let's go to the first video. This is the civilians in Lebanon leaving the south. So once again, obviously over the last few days and week or so, a lot of people in Lebanon thought that they could return to normality. The latest round of strikes by the IDF has now, for now, ended. And so for now they've finished the last round. They're going to wait. I'm guessing they're going to wait to see if Hezbollah is going to be hitting back again, or are they going to be doing anything in terms of mobilizing. Obviously, as I said, they have been using Christian churches. Luckily, obviously, the IDF haven't been destroying the churches. They just make sure that they identify the Hezbollah members who are using the churches, and they're going after them outside the church. Although Hezbollah have already destroyed the churches, well, a couple of churches that we know of in the southern parts of Lebanon, to use them as their base. There are not many people actually going to these churches anymore. But there is a reaction from the president-elect Donald J. Trump. A very extremely robust statement coming from Trump. Obviously, we knew that the moment he gets into office, he is going to be very direct with his support for Israel and his mission to eliminate the Islamist threats. But this one is extremely direct. Everybody is talking about the hostages, Trump says. who are being held so violently, inhumanely, and against the will of the entire world in the Middle East. But it's all talk and no action. Please let this truth serve to represent that if the hostages are not released prior to the 20th of January 2025, the date that I proudly assume office as President of the United States, there will be all hell to pay in the Middle East. And for those in charge who perpetrated these atrocities against humanity, those responsible will be hit harder than anybody has been hit in the long and storied history of the United States of America. Release the hostages now. Now, the wording of this is extremely important. Trump is not just talking about Hamas in Gaza. He is saying anybody who is responsible. He's talking about the godfather of terrorism, that's the Islamic Republic of Iran. He's talking about Hezbollah. He's talking about all the allies who have been helping the Islamist terrorists in Gaza. Those responsible. There will be all hell to pay, according to Trump. And the one thing we know about Trump is that he doesn't just say things. If he makes a promise, he will try to get it done. So 20th of January is the deadline for the hostages to be released, the new deadline. If it doesn't happen, then Trump will do all it is needed to sort this out. And obviously he's focusing on the hostages line as a position, but the reality is his public position has been to help Israel eliminate the threat, to give green light to the state of Israel to go and in self-defense to finish their counter-terrorism operation, which the media continues to call war with Gaza. It's not war with Gaza, it's a counter-terrorism operation with terrorists who have occupied Gaza. Now, while we wait for some more updates, let's get some reaction. Misha says the Donald is duck-duck-goosing those Islamists. Lone Wolf says they broke the truce the same night it was signed. Yeah, I mean, even on the first night, as we reported on 2CTV, they were already violating some of the ceasefire agreements anyway in terms of mobilizing the Hezbollah troops. Let's not forget, while everybody is focusing on actual Hezbollah members and, of course, the reaction from the Israeli Defense Forces, there is another party involved with this ceasefire, and that is the Lebanese government. The Lebanese government, they literally agreed to help the IDF, not necessarily to help the IDF, but to help themselves to keep their country safe again. The whole point was, with the help of IDF, was to go around and make sure that they're not going to mobilize again. They were supposed to disarm Hezbollah. The job that was supposed to be done by the United Nations, which, by the way, failed because it was always going to fail because the UN were not actually there to disarm Hezbollah. That was just on the front. Harry says, surely, Maya, you didn't expect Hezbollah not to capitalize on their victory over IDF. No, of course. This is not a surprise breaking news. We all knew, as someone said earlier in one of the comments, we already saw the first couple of days that they already violated the ceasefire agreement anyway. And we will find out. We have some Palestinian supporters as well in the live chat. One of them has got the dancing emoji saying Palestine, brilliant. Dancing is not allowed in Gaza. Anyway, let's get a couple of reaction from... Actually, there's a super chat I've just missed. RG from Israel says, I believe Trump's agenda is an egotistical one. He will make the Ukraine-Russia war and the Middle East issues go simply because he doesn't want his presidency smeared in the history books. Count me in. So the good thing about the situation is Trump cares about his legacy. And his legacy would be, if he makes America great again and he keeps the world safe, that will help his legacy. So it is actually good if a president is egotistical, but for the right reasons. And obviously he wants to make sure he has the right legacy. And the good thing about this situation is that if the Ukraine thing and the Israel thing had started under his presidency, then there would have been more pressure on him to do something. And that would have meant, even if that means on the surface, do some sort of end to these conflicts. That's exactly what Joe Biden is doing right now. Biden has basically got the Hezbollah-Israel ceasefire agreement, which is now already violated. The whole point of that was to do that one, and he's been pushing for ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. The idea was to finish his presidency in a couple of months, in a month, saying, look, end of my presidency, I've ended the conflict. And when Trump comes in, the ceasefire periods are over, and then they'll return to war, and then the Democrats would say, look what Trump did. But seems like even the first ceasefire agreement has already been violated anyway, so Team Joe Biden and obviously the Democrats in general are not going to be happy bunnies tonight. Barry Collins says, Maya, why are we not surprised this happened? We knew it was a matter of when Hezbollah was going to break this ceasefire, not if they were. Actually, yeah, absolutely spot on, Barry Collins. What is going on now? Trump can't stop religion. Can't stop religion. No one can. War and religion go hand in hand. No, that's not the point of this. Humanity has always had divisions based on ideologies and religions and everything else, but doesn't mean, including, for example, France and England, but doesn't mean that right now England and France are at war. That Trump has not promised to end religious divide. Trump has not promised to eliminate ideologies. He's essentially said this war needs to end, and the threat that will create similar wars in the future, which is the IRGC and all the other nutters, that needs to be eliminated so that the Middle East could be in peace again, just like until the 1970s. Overall, obviously, Israel had to deal with a number of conflicts around that period, 60s and 70s, but overall, you look at the region back then, until 1979 when Iran fell, then everything started to go down. Lebanon, Syria, and all places, and then Iraq and everywhere else started to go down slowly. Also, the comment is slightly incorrect, inaccurate, because obviously, if you're talking about Islam, it's not a religion; it's an ideology. It's a political ideology, obviously, selling itself as an Abrahamic religion. Make Iran, Afghanistan and Azerbaijan Zoroastrian again. That will help. Although Iran is now going towards Christianity again, so that's good. Pakistan and Bangladesh Hindu again, and Levant, Egypt, Turkey and North Africa Christian again. Yeah, that will fix all the problems. It's easy to say. It's almost impossible to do at this time. Wayne says something interesting. You can't have a formal ceasefire with terrorists. And I'm pretty sure that the Israeli government were aware of this, because they have the experience. They've been dealing with these nutters for the past few decades. And from day one, they knew that they have to keep an eye out because anything could happen. The Israelis didn't have any opportunity to take a break, to say, okay, then bye, have fun. They were still right there by the border waiting. And the bases were already there in the southern parts of Lebanon. They knew that eventually it would take hours, days, but they will have to come back and sort this out. So that was obviously the latest statement from the Israeli Defense Forces, that the latest wave of attacks on the southern parts of Lebanon has now ended. I'm going to try and get the quick update on the reaction of this. Again, we are not hearing anything from the Islamic Republic. Okay, so now we're getting updates about Israeli drones on top of Beirut. We have a video we're about to show in the next few seconds. Obviously, as usual, might have sirens and everything else. Just a heads up. Let's quickly go to the video. It's only a few seconds. It shows Beirut and Israeli drones. So you can only hear the sound of the drones there, the idea of drones making their presence known in Beirut. Yes, okay, so that's about the latest that we have for you guys. Let me just quickly get some reaction on what we hear, because I believe something might happen in the next few minutes. Opinionated Observer says, thank you for your super chat, by the way. Hi, regarding your arrest attempt and them saying they have no paperwork, subject access requests straight away for body camera footage of those officers to back up the claim. So we're on top of this. The legal team will be investigating every single aspect of this. I'm just curious to see what happened. Right. I think Zoroastrianism is growing more rapidly than Christianity in Iran. That is incorrect. Christianity is the fastest underground religious movement in Iran right now. Zoroastrianism, you don't really have much conversion to Zoroastrianism in Iran. You have the actual Zoroastrians, only a few of them left, who are getting energized again. So they are basically trying to bring back the temples and everything else. But no, Christianity is now the fastest religion in Iran. Maya, are young Muslim men becoming less religious? If so, what will take Islam's place for them? Money, wokeness, science, Christianity, politics? No, young Muslim men are becoming more religious than their parents. In the Western world, at least, we know that. In countries like the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Sweden, Canada to an extent, the second generation, third generation Islamic men, even born in the European countries or North American countries, they are becoming more radicalized and more religious than their own parents. Some of them are less integrated than their parents who've moved to the West, which is kind of against every data that confirms that against the argument that the liberals always make about immigration. Usually that works. The argument is, as long as you control the rate of the first wave of migrants, second generation, third generation usually integrate. But that works with most cultures, especially Christian cultures, moving to different countries. For example, we have Mexicans and South Americans going to the United States. Second generation and third generation always integrate. But that is not the case, what we've seen over the last few years, over the last 10 years or so, in Europe, for example, when it comes to the Islamic families, is now the second generation or third who are becoming more radicalized and more religious than their own parents. There's a number of reasons for it, including the rise of the Islamic centers and what they can actually preach in the West, by the way, compared to in their own countries. So in a lot of the so-called Arab countries and so-called Islamic countries, those preachers would not be allowed to preach what they are preaching here. That's why they came here. So, for example, in Iraq, Saddam Hussein would not allow the sort of radicalized crazies that we are seeing now in the West, who go to, in London, there's a corner in Hyde Park called the Speaker's Corner, where people go and debate and make speeches. Those people would not be allowed to preach in Saudi Arabia, in UAE, again, in Saddam's Iraq at the time, and a number of other countries. So they had to leave, and they can come here. They are more free here to actually radicalize other young men than they were back at home. Even in Libya under Gaddafi, they weren't allowed to do that. Bill Bailey says Iran is the fastest growing Christian church on earth. Yeah, that is true. I mean, all the data confirms this for the past 5-10 years, especially the last 5 years. Christianity is obviously going back to Iran massively. Because obviously after Zoroastrianism, Christianity, because obviously Zoroastrianism was a very ancient Persian religion. When Christianity came, obviously they started to change until the Arab army, Muhammad's terrorists, conquered Iran and by force obviously enforced Islam. Then obviously there was a backlash for centuries in Iran until the previous royal family before the last one. Obviously the last one was the Pahlavi family, the Shah. The one before that, the dynasty that they had, Qajar, they were kind of Islamic culturally. Then They brought back the Islamic culture in Iran. The Shah came, the Shah's father, pushed back, said, just wear whatever you want, just be normal. Then, of course, 1979 happened. The Islamic occupiers took over Iran with the help of CIA and the others. And now we're in this mess. But now there's a backlash and the Christianity is coming back to Iran. Laura, thank you for your super chat, saying Trump cares about Israel and her people and he means what he says. Boom. Absolutely spot on, Laura. The one thing we know about Trump is that he's actually one of the best presidents that the US had when it comes to foreign policy. You could have a debate about 2016 to 2020 domestic policies. Firstly, overall, I could still defend it in terms of the job growth, the tax cuts, and the economy. But you can still have a technical debate about budget management and things like this. But when it comes to foreign policy, which is the main job of the US president, the president is not supposed to be there to manage the internal parts of the country because we have a federal state for a reason in America, and you have each state, they're supposed to have their own autonomy. Trump was the best when it came to foreign policy. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest update from the conflict in the Middle East. We'll find out what happens within the next few hours, and tomorrow we're going to take a short break and come back because we have to talk about what's going on with Assad in Syria. The civil war, the development continues to escalate. The Israelis are potentially getting involved, and the Americans, plot twist, to potentially help Bashar al-Assad. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Maya Tusi, and we are the media.